Hello everybody, and welcome back to session 12 of Operation Goliath. We are the Playrons, and this is our CAIN TTRPG actual play. As always, I am joined with my very lovely players, Nova.
Hello. Jesus fucking
Snake.
Christ.
Snake.
Hi.
Polaris.
You don't know.
No,
Okay,
no,
no,
I
no,
knew
you're
it.
not
I
allowed,
knew
you're
it.
not
I
allowed.
knew it. I knew it.
We do introductions for everyone, and the introductions are for people to be able to introduce themselves. So you wait your turn.
I remember how he's got like 20 cans next to him.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay.
Anyways,
yeah.
It was gonna happen eventually.
Polaris.
Yeah. Hello. Join our Discord server.
Yes,
Oh yeah, we'll be up by that point, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we'll be
Yeah.
up and running soon, probably. Yes. Sky.
Hello, I'm not used to going third, or maybe I am. I forget.
I'm pretty sure this is the usual order. Jess.
Hello.
3.
Hello.
And Flub.
Okay, just Hannah, please give me a moment.
Uh-huh.
How many sodas do you have?
Did you actually just bring an 8-pack or some shit just for
Turn your
this?
camera off.
No, do not turn the camera. Let's just
To
move on.
clarify this, what I just opened 8 expired Celsiuses I wasn't planning on drinking, so I thought it'd be good for a bit.
Okay. All right.
All
All right. Lock in. Last we left off. Lock in.
And as always, I'm your DM and admin for tonight's processions, Natan. And without further ado, we can compose ourselves and begin to get into
Can we?
tonight's session.
Can we
Yes,
really?
ideally. I have enough respect for you all that you can compose yourselves. But
That respect is misplaced.
last we left off, you all had returned back to the Black Site from your third hunt, hunting down the sin named Hyperion. You all made plans for your downtime. Multiple things happening over the course of a extended 2-month period. There were a lot of various things that happened. Not the Witch of Least ended with Eden and Mia having a meeting where Mia completely smothered all of the memories of Eden's past reincarnations and lives. Aside from that, there were some other notable things, including some movements in the background from some powerful organizations. VG6 are making their plans to counteract Under Heaven's plans, which are currently scheduled for July 31st, the summer solstice. As that date encroaches, with not many of you the wiser, you all continue to play out your downtime in the Black Site. A lot of you have been kept rather busy, as at this point, with your promotion to Category 4 Black Coats, you all have been tasked with taking care of various solo missions, going on your own, taking care of Cat 1 sins that previous cadres have tried and failed to exercise. In fact, that is where we will begin our session today. Grace Harper. The pull of the trigger is an easy and familiar one for you, as you currently sit atop a skyscraper, a few hundred feet away from a building where a previous cadre had been tasked to go and take out a Category 1 Hound sin. They were promptly all slaughtered, and you were called in to take care of the cleanup. You currently rest in a perched position, sin in your sights. What do you do?
pull the trigger. Yeah.
As easy as you have done many times before, you pull the trigger, the ring of a gunshot fires out, shrieking across the cityscape. A window breaks. A sin is exercised. Another mission complete. This is your third solo mission this month. They are particularly fond of utilizing you for these types of things. Are you going to call to head out?
Yes, of course. Sin eradicated. I need you back.
Wonderful. You make the call to the Black Copter to ship you back out. And as you stand up, looking down across the skyrise, where you currently see threads of grace beginning to pull and tear apart. Hi! You spin around, startled a little bit, as currently floating upside down mid-air stands a familiar figure, the ever-present figure of Promptitude.
Promptitude. Hi. How are you?
Hi. I see you're getting accustomed to solo work. It's fun, right?
Yep.
It's not. It's not really that fun. But, anyways, I wanted to check in with you before, you headed out. Remember what we, discussed?
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've gotten the go-ahead on that, and, I'll fill you in on the exact details of the plan at a later date. I can't, say anything right now, but, just remain on standby, and, when you can, get that gun to Allie. He needs to do some modifications to make things work, if that's okay with you, of course.
Of course. Anything we need to get the job
Wonderful. Okay. Yeah, we'll fill you in later on the particularities. Just be on standby. It might be pretty quick call time whenever it happens, but you'll be able to handle it.
done. Yes, ma'am. I'll be ready.
Alrighty. And, how are you holding up?
I won't lie to you, it's been on my head for a while, but
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm ready to do this. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
That's good. She spins right side up and then stands in front of you, and says, but I meant, in general, how are you? She boops you on the forehead.
I've been doing what I always do.
Mm-hmm.
Working out, shooting in the range, living. I kind of miss my cadre members. I really only talk to Hyperion semi-regularly. It's a strange feeling. I'm not used to it.
I see. Well, I get the feeling you'll probably be dispatched on a mission pretty soon with the rest of them, if, what we've been looking into comes to pass, but hopefully things will be fine. I'm sure they'll be fine. They'll totally be fine. Anyways, glad you're holding up, and, I'll see you when I see you next.
Yes,
Deuces! And she vanishes. Shortly after, you are picked up by the Black Copter, and shipped back to the Black Site. Let's see here. Isamu, you, after a few days ago having a run-in with Eden, texted Willow to go out or to just sit down and have a conversation. The date and time that you had set is past, and he is currently expecting you in the Woad.
Isamu would have requested somehow, some way, they get out of the black site for this meeting.
Willow would have assured you that, if need be, the Woad is the most secure place that they can be.
All right, whatever. Isamu begrudgingly agrees to go to the Woad.
Mm-hmm. You open the door, and it is, as expected, Willow is currently behind the bar. Whatever your preference of drink or food is already sitting there waiting for you.
Isamu locks the door behind him.
As you lock the door behind you, you begin to turn away from it, and then you see the seams where the door and wall meet begin to fade and kind of just smooth over.
What the fuck?
Like I said, it's pretty secure when I want it to be.
What are you, a palace user and you didn't tell anyone?
Not me.
That kind of open-ended.
But you wanted to talk?
I just wanted to grab lunch with you, talk about some concerns I had.
Of course.
Isamu will type on his phone and then put it on the table to Willow, and it reads, "Can the pirate hear us?"
He raises an eyebrow and says, "No. Though I will warn you, she is a close associate of mine."
Why are you warning me about that?
Just in case you didn't want her to hear whatever you might say next.
What, are you gonna talk to her? Are you a gossip?
If necessary information is relevant to her, then it may or may not come up, but simply saying that I'm familiar with her.
You probably the one here I've had the hardest time trying to read.
Fair enough.
Anyway, it's about Eden, or whatever
Right.
is in Eden.
It raises an eyebrow at that.
Whatever Eden is, I don't know. It's weird. You've read my file, you know about my brain, the whole lack of a lot of emotions, little to none in some spaces. And with that is, what is it? It's like fear as the word, right?
Yeah.
I, most of the time, just don't feel it. Like,
right.
Gun to my head, sin in my face, stuff like that. It's just not a thing. It's not a thing that happens to me.
Not physically possible.
Yeah, pretty much. But I felt it in droves when he was around. It fucking creeped me out. It seemed like he'd just come to talk about some stupid shit, but it was weird. It was I don't know how to put it. It's just not. It shouldn't have been possible. But it's similar to when I've been on hunts and stuff, and when I've been seeing sins, it's been like, I don't know, it's like I feel what they're feeling. It's gross. It's horrible. I hate it. It's like if they're angry, I'm angry with them, for them. It's if I'm sad, if they're sad, I'm sad. It's I hate it. I hate those fucking. I hate that so much.
That does not sound very pleasant. And you felt this with Eden.
I mean, yeah, it's not the same as them. I didn't think Eden. I don't know if Eden was feeling it, but it's something psychic, is what I'm saying. It's not. I'm not scared of Eden. It's they did something to make me scared. I don't know what the fuck they did though.
He narrows his eyes for a moment and thinks to himself, and then says, And I take it you're rather wary of him now because of that?
I don't know. I'm not. He didn't hurt me. It's just.
I didn't say scared. I said wary. You are.
It's just
He's
something's
on your
up with him.
radar.
It's not like anyone else in the group. It's apparently he's the virtue at one point. No one told us about that, and I'm just thinking, what else is he hiding that CAIN or someone else is fucking keeping from us? And it seems like he's going around and just saying what everyone wants to hear, and it doesn't sit right with me.
I happen to have the same line of thought. He is concerning to me. Especially so because even I was unaware of his virtue status until the mission report, which, as the handler of this cadre, shouldn't
It's weird.
happen.
It's
Yeah.
Like,
and go on.
It's just like the fact that that secret was kept from us, and now it feels like he's got something going on beneath it. I can't say that he's clear. I can't say that he is trustable by any means.
I would happen to
Especially
agree
with how fucking bipolar he acts. Some minute he's your best friend and he wants to just be nice to you, and he's talking about all this positive bullshit, and the next he's kind of distant, kind of cold. It's weird. It's just, and there's the whole like fucking whatever he did in the palace of dying and coming back. I thought he died. It looked like he did. It just doesn't make sense.
It is concerning, but we have been doing some digging. You are very correct in your assessment that this is something that requires attention. Specifically, Miss Flynn and I have been looking into things, and I feel like we're close to something. But if Eden is starting to alert you guys about his off nature, then
I don't think it's a common thing. I haven't spoken with anyone else, but it seems like they're all just following whatever light he's holding. Doesn't seem like Jake's scared of him. He's more scared of me than him, which I don't blame him for, but it doesn't look like Mia's scared at all. V3's fine conversing. They're all fine, and it's maybe something happened over the little downtime we've had, but this isn't public yet. That's why I wanted to talk to you alone.
of course.
You got all those, those papers. You might know what to do.
We have some ideas in motion. It would be awfully convenient for Atomsphere if the rest of the cadre started being more fond of following him than listening to my orders. But yes,
Yeah.
Isamu, I very much appreciate you bringing this up to me. That puts our timetable into perspective.
I want to know why I was so freaked out, though. He didn't do anything, I don't think. He was just there. It's wrong. It's not, unless he was scared of something. That doesn't make any sense. Why would a virtue be scared?
There are a lot of unanswered questions in regards to him, and I hope that we're close to finding a few of them. But for now, I would say just keep your distance from him as much as you can.
And would you mind, I don't know if you know much psychic science bullshit, but what's going on in those palaces?
In the Sins Palaces?
Yeah, not anything, what I mentioned earlier, the whole weird empath bullshit I've been on. It's just, it's weird. It doesn't look like anyone else felt it. Certainly not middle part or Jake. They were
This
yelling. They were angry, trying to kill the thing, and I was just
but
depressed.
you felt this connection. You said you feel what they were feeling.
Yeah, that's all. The only way I can explain it. It's not empathy, obviously. You know me. You know my file, but it's.
Mm-hmm.
I could feel. Could feel how Lillian had been wronged. How that made her angry and sad, and at first I thought it was whatever little bit we showed, but then I thought back and I didn't share any background with whatever the fuck the Lord was or a CEO, but I felt glimpses of it there as well.
Mm-hmm. And are you inclined to listen to these feelings that you have, or are you attempting to ignore them?
I mean, I tried to push him back, but with how last hunt went, it would have killed me if I didn't, I think. It was like something even outside of my emotions was yelling at me that it had to happen, and I think I spared Lillian. Or, just Lillian, not the sin. I know I didn't do that.
Interesting. He kind of thinks to himself for a moment and says, there are a lot of people that are very keen on using you, Isamu. And I know how that sounds coming from me, your handler, but you, because of your mental state and the fact that you are unable to feel empathy or really any human emotions, it makes you a very nice looking target for people that want to utilize that rage and want for change and destruction within you. I'm not saying that you need to start being all, I don't know, friendly with people and actually have empathy, but the emotions that you feel from those sins make it much harder for people to push on the things that you feel easiest and get you to do what they do. It's a very difficult situation you find yourself in. I see that because I'm well aware that you do not want to be used or bound, and I'm also well aware that it is probably very frustrating for you to lean into these emotions. And I'm not saying you should, I'm not saying which one you should choose. All I'm saying is that the people, at least that I know, that want to control you very much appreciate when you are as apathetic as possible.
It's not even like apathy or whatever. It's just, I don't know. I can choose for myself. I'm not the type to just follow orders. I've never been. Hell, I damn near killed half the cadre when we were secluded. I thought I'd get away with it, but second guess myself. But it's just like, it's why or how or what it feels like. It doesn't feel like I'm feeling the emotion. It feels like it's being shaken around in my head, and it's just so hard to think about anything other than it.
Right. Do you have any idea as to why you might be getting that connection?
No. Maybe. You definitely know about the snake, right?
Yes, I'm aware.
Just like, ugh, I don't Can I trust you?
Probably more than most people.
It's like there's something I can do that I don't. It's not binding, or it's not like subservient. I don't know how to put it. Here, let me just. It's easier to show. I guess it's. I have the snake, but it's not like Ian, or it's not like any other bound thing. It's like a
Yeah,
conversation. It's like we're.
it's mutual.
Yeah, that's the word. We're not. I'm not its master. I'm not telling it to do things. I ask and it. Well, what's the word? Obeys? No.
It works with you. It collaborates.
Yeah. Collaborates, yeah. And for some reason, I'm capable of holding the psychic energy of other sins as well. It's not just Snake anymore.
That is very interesting. He sits and thinks for a moment to himself. Usually, it is not uncommon for, through no act of binding or any other blasphemy interference, for exorcists, sins, or humans to, or exorcist or humans to interact with sins on a friendly or even collaborative basis. But usually the necessity for that is that the individual has to have a extremely high concentration of grace, at least at one point in their life. And he kind of seems to think of something and then says, if you give me a bit of time, I might be able to dig into your file a little bit more, and I feel like there's something in there that I may have overlooked that could lead to this answer.
Sure. How much time would you need?
I don't know, I have a lot on my plate right now, but maybe a week or so? We'll have to see.
I forget, what time of the solo missions is it between now and then?
What do you mean, what time of the solo missions?
Oh, I might have misconstrued what you meant. I thought it was everyone was going on one, not just Grace.
You all go on solo missions like every now and again whenever you get called.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not it's not super frequent. So.
All right. Would he have gone on any between when he spoke with Eden? Oh no, because it's around the same day.
Yeah, I think it's like the next day. But
I just like it to know anything before, preferably the next mission, but the next big mission, the next cadre mission, not the next solo one. If
for sure,
that's at all possible.
I think I might be able to make that happen.
Okay.
Alrighty. Thank you for talking to me about this. I'm glad that there was someone that you could turn to for it.
It's just... my brain is scrambled. Hard to
I can imagine.
think about anything right now.
Well, regardless, try and do whatever you need to clear your head a bit.
Gotcha. Yeah. You got ibuprofen.
I got something a little bit better. He leans down under the counter and produces a small capsule and slides it over the table. That's a little bit of a miracle drug that Temerity is quite fond of. Non-addictive.
I was gonna say, you're giving 16-year-old drugs?
Yeah,
You need to take your medical license away.
You're gonna be doing far worse to yourself, so...
Oh, absolutely. He downs whatever he's given.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Is there anything else you wish to discuss with Dr. Willow?
Nope. That's it.
Alrighty, sounds good. Yeah, you exit. The door reappears, and the woad is less closed off, and you go do whatever you were doing for the rest of the day. Next up, let's see here. V3. There was
Yep.
a few things you wanted to do, right? A conversation with Eden?
Yes, I did want to talk to Eden. Beforehand, though,
Indeed.
could I do that thing I mentioned that I wanted to get in the script? I'll be very quick. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I don't
Of
make it a fucking
course.
clown show.
No
Okay.
worries.
So, V would not have ended up talking to Isamu, but at one point throughout the past few days, he'd kind of been walking around and peeked into his room just to see if he was alive. And while Isamu wasn't there, he sees all of the shit he bought. And it occurred to him that he's kind of forgotten what he did outside of here. So he wanted to spruce up his room a little. So, what you guys would, I guess, see is that V now in his room has a PC with FL Studio on it.
Yeah.
Has FL Studio even come out by now?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
If not
really
that, some
old
type-
version, but yeah.
Yeah, a very old version. A PS2 with Devil May Cry 3, Shin Megami Tensei 3, Persona 4, Silent Hill 2, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, and most importantly, actually no, two more things. A dab rig, which they did exist at this time, I looked it up, and
Yep.
a small tinkering kit to fix a small music box. V is currently playing on this thing. He is currently playing Devil May Cry 3, and he's talking to himself while doing it. He's like, God, I don't remember the fucking camera being this annoying to fight shit with. Jesus Christ. And he's smoking his dab rig. Trying his best to relax after everything that has happened. And it occurs to him that he hasn't talked to Eden yet. After last mission, there was a lot of very odd shit that occurred, as far as being impaled, coming back to life, and haven't really had the chance to talk since. So V gets up and decides to go over to wherever Eden might be.
You make your way over to Eden's room, and you make the realization that no one, at least from who you've spoken to, has spoken to Eden in the past few days, as far as you're aware. You approach his room. He's not usually in, but you don't really know where else to find him at this point. And you find yourself on the opposite side of his door.
He's gonna knock.
There's no response for a little bit.
Eden! 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 He knocks
You
again.
hear the sound of multiple locks being undone, and the door slightly creaks open, and you can see sort of in the silhouette, you can see Eden's silhouette, and seems to be a very dark room. And he looks out to you with his silver eyes. Oh, can I help you, Will?
V is already taken back by the fact that Eden just called him Will. Hey, are you doing all right?
Oh, I don't know. Can I help you?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the last hunt and
He looks back into the room. There's no sound that you could hear, You can see some kind of faint light coming from the room now. Come on, come in, come in. We're at the best part. Come here. He
Okay.
opens the door fully so you can enter.
V comes in.
Inside of the room, there is nothing. His room is completely barren and dark, except there are a couple of screens just placed in seemingly random locations around the room. Some of them, their screens are off and black, and there's a couple that flick between strange images that it's hard to tell what they are. A lot of them are eyes that appear to be looking very up close to the screen before flicking off, but there's one that hasn't changed, and that is a unending static coming from one of the screens. And he walks and he seems to sit down on nothing, and he's just looking at the screen. And
When he is sitting down, is he just like so floating on? Is he like sitting on nothing? As he's floating. It looks like, right?
it looks like he's floating, yes.
So looks like you've gone up to a lot. What is all this?
I don't fully remember. I've lost something, I think. It's like having a labeled filing cabinet. You know what's supposed to be there, but the drawer is empty. I don't know.
V,
Oh no.
what is the thing that when you lost it hurt the most?
Hazel.
Look!
Eden, you see on a screen behind V flickering the image of a woman we're unfamiliar with.
Oh,
It's behind V, right? Like you can't see it unless you turn around.
Unless you turn around, yeah.
Okay. What are you smiling about?
look at her! He will point to the screen behind you.
V turns around.
You turn around and you see a flickering static monitor with nothing on it.
She is pretty. Oh, I get it now.
Who? I don't see anything. Eden, is this one of those things where you need to wear glasses or have contacts in to see what's on the screen, or?
Oh. Glasses. Contact. Like clarity, like opening your eyes. Yeah, maybe. I mean, he's always watching. He's just looking at one of these blank screens now. I wonder
Jesus.
if I could send him a message from back here. Oh. Will,
Yeah.
do you need something?
So when V came in here, he was expecting to have a conversation a la the one that had in the Hanging Garden. It was a thing he had planned. Thought it'd be a nice time. And even if it wasn't a nice time, he'd try to get some information out of it. And he wanted to try to level with Eden a bit more. See what his greatest fear was and what his inevitable plan is with everything. A lot of weird shit happened last time. You know, he turned to goop and he got impaled. And upon seeing all this, a lot of that gets pushed back for now in just being very confused as to what made Eden like this now. And he's... Could I... Remember the thing I did last time where I put my hand on something and then I scanned it like its sound?
Oh, yeah.
Like, yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna try to do that here, but in like a not like a serious way, just like a very like gentle kind of way towards the wall and scan everything in the room.
Towards the wall.
Just like to.
Okay.
Well, I mean, would that include everything else in the room, or would it just be the wall? Because I
Yeah,
kind of
you
want to feel
can-
everything.
You can get the general vibe of the history of the room.
Yeah. V leans up against a wall, kind of looking at
Yeah,
Eden.
you feel the part of your form pressed against the cold stone of the wall flicker just a little bit as you almost meld with it a little bit. Your frequencies attuning to one another, and you begin to grasp the full essence of the objects around you. They house. They. Their purpose is to support and structure around an individual who is not there, who is broken, who is leaving, in some sense.
Could I do this to the monitor?
You direct your attention over more towards the monitor, and they are not physical. They are psychic manifestations.
Could I still feel them as an I mean, I am an exo, so is there anything I could feel there?
Yes, you aren't able to. You get a little bit of a reading of its intent and history and where it comes from, and as soon as you tap into that, you realize that wherever this is drawing power from is a familiar place to you, a place tucked behind the locked attic door that you would be better off not looking into.
Oh. V looks at Eden and asks, was this one of your, how did Hyperion put it, other versions doings?
He looks at you confused. My what?
You know, the other versions of you. You're, you can refer to it as a tulpa beforehand?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, you're, was it a tulpa? Was it the other versions of you that popped out during the last hunt and some other times before that?
Oh, yes. Yes, I can make a tulpa. Yes, they're a fun little psychic creation I can make, like a perfect statue. But I lost my statues now. What? What did you say?
Nothing, I was just listening to what you were saying.
Oh. Yes, I can. Do you need to see it? Talk to it?
I mean, if it's not any trouble to you, then yeah, I'd like to.
Oh. Okay. What do you want it to look like?
Well, V is very racked by this for a lot of reasons, but mainly because he doesn't really have an answer for that. I mean, I guess just yourself.
Oh. Make it look like me.
Yeah.
Okay. He will Cypers, summon a tulpa. It is just a copy of him. It doesn't seem to have any particular personality in it. It has silver eyes. It is standing there like a doll.
Hey, I look back at Eden. Is this the... Which one is this?
I'm sorry. I don't understand.
Well, the other versions of yourself, they looked, well, they had different eyes, they talked differently, they had different demeanors, maybe different, I don't know, wants. They weren't entirely different people, but they were different from you.
A tulpa is supposed to just be a psychic creation. They're like a pet. I don't. Why would it have its own thoughts and feelings? They shouldn't have that. Maybe it did at one point. Maybe she took that too. I don't know. I'm sorry if this isn't what you were looking for, if I couldn't help. I'm sorry.
Sorry, also a quick thing. My brother walked in, so I didn't hear all that. What was the gist of it? I'm sorry.
No worries.
He said that the personality is not there, and that it shouldn't be there. That it's like the tulpa is like a pet, should be. That he wonders if she got rid of it as well, or she got rid of the personality as well. And then he's apologizing.
It starts to piece together a bit more. That's something in the past few weeks definitely caused this. If he doesn't really have a conclusion to come to other than maybe it was the coming back to life after being impaled thing that caused this. So
V, you
Oh, no.
suddenly are standing in a dark office space that is completely different from where you were before. There's only a few dim fluorescent lights lighting this completely empty room, except for another figure standing right next to you as you turn and see the figure of Promptitude with her hand on your shoulder. And he says, "Hey," or she says, "Hey, V, I know that you may have had some conversation that you needed to have with Eden, but you need to stay away from him for now, okay?"
why is he okay? I mean, clearly not. But like what happened?
It's really difficult to explain, but he is really unstable right now, and being around him can be dangerous. We think he'll be fine, but we're unsure, and it's very dangerous for you and any of the other cadre to be around him right now. You get it?
Well, yeah, I get that, but at the same time, I'm tired of. I don't want to be. I don't want to be lied to. I need to know what's happening. Not entirely, just to tell me like anything. Like what caused this? Why? What is really going on? What's the difference between Eden then and now?
So, we don't specifically know what happened, but some crucial part of him is erased, and it's causing him some very unstable fluctuations right now in his grace patterns.
Oh, what caused that? You just don't know?
We haven't figured it out yet, but yeah, we're working on it. Oh, I got a ping. You wanted to have a conversation with me at some point, right?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's kind of off the rails of what the fuck was going on right there, but I was kind of interested in meeting more of your group. And talking to them.
More of us. Sorry, I'm a bit busy at the moment, so my brain's a little scattered. For what purpose specifically? Why'd you need to talk to us?
I mean, same reason I talked to you. I was just kind of interested in getting to see more of the personal perspectives of those higher up in CAIN.
That's not the one I meant to click on. Sorry.
Oh my god, can you know?
Yeah. I see. Well, it might be a little bit difficult to arrange a meeting for the rest of everyone. Possible, but a little bit difficult. But I can do the best that I can to answer questions currently that you need or would like answers to.
Okay. He kind of gets right to the point. Also, where are we? You said we're in like a black office space, right?
Yes.
Is there a chair I could sit on while I'm asking this?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. V situates himself into a chair and looks at Kate.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just curious of same reason you said that you were kind of fighting for a better future, and you thought this was really the only way you could go about it currently. I was curious as to what's everyone else's reasons for sticking with CAIN and fighting and, I guess, forming your own group.
Oh, I see. Okay.
If you can speak for them, truthfully.
Yeah. Give me a second. This is gonna look kind of nasty, but don't think about it. She closes her eye, and her form flickers a little bit before stabilizing. And then she snaps her fingers, and a multitude of hands begin to grow along the entirety of the walls, floor, and ceiling, covering up everything. So that pretty much you're in a room comprised of pretty much hands. The light is honestly a little bit better now. You can see that Kate is wearing her usual black coat jacket with her eye patch on, but she has black circle frame sunglasses over her eye patch and other eye. And she takes a deep breath and says, "Okay, my brain's in one place now, and now no one else should be able to hear us outside of here. Sorry for the hands thing. I know it looks nasty, but it's surprisingly good sound cover. So,
Yeah, you're good. V is very disgusted by this.
You asked why we stick with CAIN?
Yeah, each of you, individually. Like, why?
Well, I mean, we got no choice, really. If we decide to leave, she puts up heavy air quotes when she says that, then we're going to be monitored for the rest of our life and have very heavy restrictions on what we're able to do with our psychic abilities. And with the specific opportunities that we've been afforded, we find that we can do a little bit better within CAIN than out. Our our leader has finagled us into a very advantageous position for us.
Who's your leader?
He's a right lovely man by the name of Asher, or Temperance, as you may have heard of him.
Oh. V would have heard about, I think, each of their titles in the books he's been reading. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In passing.
Oh, Temperance, huh. How's he? How does he act? What's his MO?
He's a little stuck up, but he's way smarter than me, so he handles all the paperwork. I don't know, we're all operating on the same wavelength. She takes a second and then looks at you, and she looks above the edge of her glasses, really looking into you, getting a vibe of you. And then she disappears and then reappears directly in front of your face, looking at you. And she squints and then pulls back a little bit and says, you could say we're a little bit against CAIN, at least trying to change it, if not outright get rid of it for something better.
Oh. By the way, I just want to clarify, if he still has his mask on, I think it's funny.
Yes.
Like,
You felt like she looked right through it.
Alright. Oh, really? All of you feel the same?
Yep. I mean, Blech. She gags a little bit as she goes to say what she was about to say, and then says, "Yeah, Asher says we're like family or whatever. I don't know."
V sees her gagging at this, and he's like, he does the most over dramatic. Aww, that's just adorable, Kate. You have a family.
She disappears and then reappears directly upside down in front of your face, and just squints at you.
Yeah, okay, God, my bad, Jesus, fucking Christ.
That's what I thought. And she disappears away from you again.
Okay, sorry. Look, so you guys all, well, what have you guys been doing to counteract it in any way?
That's a bit of an information hazard. That puts you at way more risk than if you did not know. But
V cuts her off. Kate, I'm not. I'm not scared about what might happen to me. I just want to make sure there's a better
No,
world.
I know that. I am.
Oh, yeah. Kind of suck if we lost you.
I'm scared of what happens to you. That's what I was talking about. But
Oh, oh, okay.
there is more likely of a chance than not that you guys will begin to get wrapped up with our business pretty soon. There's going to be some big stuff going down that I can't talk about that you guys will be a pretty crucial part of, I think.
Would you mind telling me so I can prepare better?
Oh, how do I put this? She begins to spin around midair. She thinks and says, like, you know, all of Manhattan might be under attack for a specific period of time. You know, casual
What?
things like that. Yeah.
What would cause that?
Probably under heaven.
Oh.
Yeah, so just, like, you know, be aware and be ready to get on deployment whenever that happens. We don't
Should I tell
know
everyone else?
specifically. No, do not do that.
Okay.
You guys will probably all be informed officially about it around the same time. There's, unfortunately, despite our best efforts, there's not a lot of prior preparation and planning that we can do. So knowing about things in advance only helps us so much. But just stay on your toes, and you'll get called in soon enough.
Alright, well, I take it you're not going to go through everyone's actual, I guess, desires.
Well, we kind of all have the same things for the most part. I mean, of course, each of us has in particular things that we're trying to do, but, you know, all one goal in that.
Yeah. Alright. V, right before he kind of seems to get out of his chair, he looks at, because, you know, Prompt can see through, essentially, his mask, and is like, looks at her. So, who's your favorite?
Of my group or your group?
Actually, both. Because he meant Prompt's group, but fuck it, why not?
She says, well, my favorite of my group is my twin Perseverance, and my favorite of your group is, I haven't thought about it.
Nah, fair enough. How are they?
Oh, she's great. She's a real hoot. You'll probably love her when you meet her. Unfortunately, I do have to get going. Duty calls, as always. Is there anything else you wanted to say before I get running?
Not really, just can those people think like me. He puts a fist out for a fist bump.
She looks down at the fist, gives a smirk, pops it, and then disappears as she does so.
Am I still in this office, or where the fuck am I?
You're still in the office, yeah. As you walk out, you realize you're, like, around the corner from
Eden's
where
room.
Eden was, pretty much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just want to do one quick thing really quick. I'm not gonna go back in or anything, but V is gonna like peek in, not like go in, but just like peek in to see what's kind of going on currently with Eden. See if anything changed when he bounced.
Well, you shouldn't come in. He's
Not gonna.
sobbing, so you should not go in.
Oh my god! But V really wants to go inside. Really, that would make him immediately want to go in and talk and like make sure Eden's doing okay or try to help.
If you walk back up to Eden's door, you would see an eye pop out of the wall just looking at you.
V really quickly goes back to his room to grab a piece of paper and a pen. Though he normally used to write lyrics.
A mouth pops out of the wall and says, "I can hear you."
I'm just going to Kate. Fuck. Okay, he writes down very quickly on a piece of paper saying, "Hey, sorry I had to leave. I hope you're doing okay."
For Eden. Never mind.
For Eden. Yeah, it's for Eden. Yeah.
The mouth disappears.
Yeah. He writes down on the piece of paper. Hey, sorry I had to very suddenly leave. Hope you're doing okay. If you need to talk, I'm here. And at the bottom, he very quickly scribbles down a tag you normally use for while graffitiing, and slips under a door, under Ian's door.
Okay.
Does he read it or?
Is that the?
He doesn't notice it.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I did want to also talk to Grace, but I don't know if she's like around or.
We'll get to that.
But yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Yes, yes. Okay, cool. Eden,
Oh, my bad.
you sat in your room with the monitors around you. You feel compelled to go to the door.
Okay. What's there? He'll stand up and he'll go check.
You go to the door. You find yourself opening it, looking out into the hallway beyond. You see Will's note on the floor, and then you begin to feel the world start to spin around you. Lights drag like there's a delay in your vision, almost like you're heavily intoxicated or drugged. Suddenly a pounding headache echoes through your head and you find it difficult to even think. You collapse a little bit, leaning against the wall. You can barely move. You start to fall to the ground. It's hard to breathe or stand. It feels hard to even exist. What do you do?
He's tired and sad, scared. More so, he's just tired. First thing he'll do is actually first probably wonder if this is something Mia did to him as well. And think to go check the library, see if there's something, if he can find information on what might be wrong with him.
You notice it almost immediately before you even enter the palace. Something is very wrong. Inside, everything is black and white. All color seems to have vanished from your garden. The world looks more like a shifting and broken sketch rather than the complete painting it normally is. More than that, however, the world is falling and crumbling in on itself. The dark eclipse that always hung in the sky has now swelled to a gargantuan size, slowly consuming the palace into itself. It looks sort of like ink seeping down a drain, but up into the sky instead. Your inner world is being devoured.
He just watches that for a moment. He's not sure what, if anything, should be feeling at that sight. It's the first time he's been in the palace since Mia left, and he's starting to think that maybe this is just the end result of her erasure finally catching up with him. He doesn't know how much she got rid of. If the castle's still there, he's gonna go and head to the library, try and figure out what's going on.
You enter the castle. It's like the entire place has been abandoned, completely left in ruins. As you walk through, you see the now empty portraits, whose visages are no longer recognizable, alongside statues that have no face or figure to them. You realize that the art gallery has been completely smothered by Mia.
Oh.
It's strange, though. Her smothering should have only affected your past art and memories. It isn't just that, though. It is everything. The art you were planning to make of the group's missions, the statues of your cadre, everything is in ruins, and it isn't just the art. The parlor is destroyed, the bar is barren, the foyer is unattended, the cellar is closed, art gallery empty, and the library is void of all its once endless contents. The only rooms that remain are the attic and the mausoleum leading to the graveyard, neither of which you can seem to find the doors to. However, you can still feel the presence of them, but it feels like they're retreating? Retreating, yes. You can feel it now. The entire palace is crumbling back into the psychic sea from where it comes from. It is you, though, isn't it? A piece of what you are, at least. Yet you can feel yourself, your physical body being left behind. It's abandoning you. Above, in the all-consuming dark star, you hear 3 familiar voices conversing. Why are we doing this now? Just because she set you back a bit doesn't mean this wasn't part of our deal. If you mess this up, you set our schedule back years. Neither of us have failed in our goals. It's not your time to act without express consent yet. I've grown tired of waiting. You have both failed enough for 1,000 lifetimes. I'll do it myself. Fate has run its course. You feel yourself shunted from your own palace. You're little more than a husk. Your mind and body seem to be literally falling apart. And suddenly you feel a tightening pain in your chest and a blankness in your mind as both your heart and brain seem to be in the process of complete and total failure. The ever-growing fear of dying is accompanied by a strange thought. Since when did sins have organs? Necessary ones at any rate. That's all you've ever known yourself to be. A sin. But as it seems to be leaving your body, for the first time that you can remember, you feel mortal. You don't want to die. You're scared. For the first time that you can remember, you're human. You can feel your heart beat as it begins to pump life, giving blood throughout your body before you feel it freeze as you start to go into cardiac arrest. You can feel your brain humming to life of its own energy, your own thoughts and fears now circling it for the first time in over a decade since you were possessed. And now you can feel it shutting down without the sin that has made that organ dependent on its presence.
It's a strange thing, probably, in these final moments, mixed in with all this fear, confusion, sadness, and pain. There's a weird and probably inconsequential regret. He wishes that he would have let Will play that piano just once.
As your perception fades, and everything begins to turn black, you see a strange and oddly placed glint of green and white on the floor, accompanied by a voice. They sound worried. You recognize it, but you're not sure who it belongs to. Everything is far too difficult to discern in your state. They're calling out a name. Your name, Eden, but no. That isn't right, is it? Eden was never meant to be your real name. Hyperion. We come to you now. Let me get this up. Hyperion, you find yourself in a familiar space. Currently inside Ouroboros, speaking to Purple. And you find yourself engaged in a chess match with Purple, as you have taken to doing over the past few times you've interacted with him.
Indeed, yes.
So, right now, currently looking at a unplayed chessboard, Hyperion with the white pieces. And he says, and he looks at Purple. Has Purple manifested in any corporeal sense here as they play this game?
No. Purple never manifests to you with a form. He simply speaks to you from Ouroboros.
Okay. So he's sitting at a table with one side of the chess pieces, and nobody's sitting on the other side. But Purple will essentially be just moving the pieces in the mind, because mind things.
Yes.
And so he says to Purple, I'm curious. Wonder mentioned a long-standing partnership between Eden and Dr. Adamsphere. Do his goals align with yours? Pawn to c4.
Interesting choice of opener. Pawn c5. And knowing that man, I'm certain they don't.
Knight f3.
Knight f6. He is very happy, holding the leash for me and all of you, and I doubt he would think kindly of the idea of being rid of that leash.
But of course. Pawn g3.
Pawn b6.
Bishop g2. I know a man fond of control when I see one. There's one in the mirror every day.
Bishop b7.
And Hyperion would think to play his next move, but he gets lost in thought for a second. And remembering that he is in fact in the library, he looks up from the chessboard over to the at the moment blank computer screen. Ouroboros, what are the goals of Dr. Kendall Adamsphere?
That information has been erased from the psychic gestalt.
Unsurprising. Kingside Castle. But you, Purple would see that he's, even though he said unsurprising, his brow is furrowed, for lack of a better word.
Pawn g6. You seem rather troubled at that.
He grits his teeth a little bit. Pawn d4. It's just his reach truly is staggering. I can't begin to understand what he is working towards.
Pawn takes at d4. What are you getting at?
Well, nothing currently. Queen takes d4. It just seems as though the information being erased from the gestalt is so disparate.
Bishop g6. There. Bishop g7. Disparate, or perhaps part of a tapestry that you have not seen all the edges of.
Knight c3. Perhaps. But blocking or erasing information about Grace Harper, Dr. Adamsphere, true virtues, the foundation of the very cadre I find myself in? What even is the point of such subterfuge for an entity of his strength?
Knight c6. Oh, I see. You are operating under a misconception.
Am I now? Do enlighten me. Queen h4.
Well, being fully connected to Ouroboros, I can now confidently affirm something that I have been thinking for some time. Pawn h6.
Knight d5. Almost an immediate move after he plays that.
The entity that is connected to me is not interfering with the psychic gestalt in any way. I don't feel it would even interest him too much in the first place. You feel... Purple looks over the board. A bit overeager. Pawn e6.
Knight takes f6 check. Wait, so something else has the capacity to erase information from the gestalt out there? Or is perhaps hijacking his capabilities to their own ends?
Queen takes f6. Indeed, I
Queen
do
takes f6.
believe that you feel Purple stop, and if it did have a face that would have raised an eyebrow at you and hesitantly say, Bishop takes f6. I do see your line of thought through this, though it is not entirely impossible that the one erasing information from the Gestalt could be someone powerful within CAIN.
With this new information you've given me, that seems to be the most likely theory. Rook b1. Unless...
Knight a5. Unless what?
Hyperion thinks back to when he first got the library. He was asking a bunch of questions about Eden before Black showed up and basically got him to stop doing that. And he recalls there was a response from Ouroboros that said, when he asked, what is Eden? And it said Eden is one of 2 entities that could be considered a god. And Zelos looks back up to the system and says, Ouroboros.
It's a bit of bad form to be searching the Gestalt in the middle of our game, no?
Oh, this game isn't going anywhere. I'm going to play pawn b3. He'll probably respond with bishop e4. We'll trade bishops on b2, and this is a dead draw. Do you want to play that out, or do you want answers, Nimosini?
Very well. Answers it is.
Hyperion takes his king and moves it off of the board, signifying that this game's just over. And he gets up from the chair and heads over towards the console and says, Ouroboros, you mentioned previously that Eden was one of 2 entities to be considered a god. Who is the other one?
A single word pops up on the screen in response. All it reads is Adam.
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 The other reincarnating individual, I would assume.
Yes. You feel Purple is genuinely perturbed at that answer.
Where is he? Do you know?
I haven't known for a long time. It's been hundreds of years since our last interaction.
Hyperion thinks about that response and thinks about what he learned about there being something that happened with Eden and Adam back in 1692. But he doesn't say anything about that. Not for right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Well. Do you feel like he would have anything to do with CAIN if he was around?
You feel just an immense sense of disappointment. And you hear the answer, at least the last time I spoke to him, the idea of CAIN is probably one that would catch his fancy quite well.
Interesting. Well, I'm not sure what to make of that information. It's possible. I mean, he's not gonna get a response. He knows this is gonna be erased, but he's gonna ask, who is the one actually erasing information from the Gestalt?
Unsurprisingly, you are unable to find an answer. It is erased.
Of course. Is he like you? I know that there's 3 of you. There's Mia, the reincarnation of Eve. There's you, and now there's Adam. You hold significant power. As does Mia. What about him?
He was a talented individual in his own right. Not powerful in the way that I was, but certainly in the way that Evelyn was. He could hold his own.
So it's unlikely that he's using this power by himself. It's like...
I doubt it. It is hard to say, as I have not been able to track him at all over the past 300 to 400 years that we have been separated. It is one of the few frustrations I have.
Don't know what to make of that. No. But Hyperion thinks for a second. While they're here at Ouroboros, you might as well ask some of the other questions that have been on his mind. Ouroboros, what are the goals of the cadre known as Virtue Gestalt 6?
Hey now, you cannot be looking at that. As you ask that question, a form appears behind you as the figure of Promptitude apparates. And she says, I really do not like barging in like this, but you people, palaces, really don't like when they look at our stuff like that.
Hyperion is not frightened. This is the second time that somebody has just appeared in his palace without his knowledge. Instead, Hyperion is just like pinches like the bridge of his nose and like sighs. And he turns over to Promptitude. Oh. Okay then. Well.
She just smiles at you.
I don't suppose you'll tell me if I ask nicely.
With you, you might figure it out in a little bit, but you also might be someone that is disadvantageous for us to, if you were to know exactly what we were up to. So, you know, give it a little time. Be patient. He'll probably get there.
Hyperion just sort of rolls his eyes a little bit. Very well. I won't ask any more things of the Gestalt about you people.
Thank you, deuces, and she disappears.
As soon as she leaves, Hyperion turns to the computer. How did she do that?
You hear Purple say, in all truthfulness, I don't know. Are you asking a question to Ouroboros how she did that? Or
no, because that would probably bring her back immediately. No. He was asking Purple.
Yeah. Purple responds that and says, that is a impressive amount of control over the gate blasphemy to not only manifest in physical locations, but in psychic manifestations as well.
I guess that's what it means to be a perfected gate.
I suppose so.
It's like...
Not even the fact that she was able to simply enter the palace on command, but the fact that she knew, somehow, that you were attempting to access information that was related to her.
Is that entirely of her own doing, or do you perhaps think that some other members of her cadre are involved?
And might have something to do with her companions.
They were An ardence, a smother, a jaunt, a
Vector.
and
And an edit.
okay.
If I had to guess, I believe it might be the John's doing.
Yeah, that seems to make the most sense to me as well. And then they send her out like some kind of roving baseball bat.
Something like that.
Everyone has their own ways of defending their information close to them, it seems. CAIN,
Indeed.
CAIN, Under Heaven, now these people.
The palace can be a bit of a thorn in the side for people who would rather remain more anonymous.
I can imagine. But in a
Were there,
war... no, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to ask if there were any other questions you wanted to ask.
Yeah, well, the last thing that Hyperion will say is that,
Yes.
well, if it's an arms race, I wonder if we can find a countering weapon. Just a thought.
It may be possible. Although, at this point, if we want to get answers, field work may be our best bet for that.
But of course. And yeah, that'll be the end of that.
Alrighty. Sounds good. Okay. It is May 29th. The specific date of a birthday of one of your cadre members, one Hyperion Hollingsworth. Eden, about a week ago or so, would have made it known to all of you that there was a celebration planned in Willow's Wood on May 29th at 7 p.m. It is rolling around to about that time. Willow is already there, and who amongst you do you think would be the first to arrive? Don't all go at once.
Of course.
I think Jake would arrive first.
Okay.
wouldn't
Do you
be
think
too
he'd be
far.
accompanied by Mia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they did bake the cake after all together, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, in that case, Mia and Jake are the first ones to come through the door. Willow looks up to you all and says, "A little bit late, but only a little bit, so you guys are fine. Did you bring the cake?"
Yeah, I also got a gift for Hyperion. I don't think he'd
Oh.
like it if now that I think about it. It's just
Yeah,
a
I
cat
wonder if he'll take
plushie.
That is kind of cute. I hope he does take that.
I hope he takes it too, but he doesn't seem the plushy kind. I don't know why I picked this.
We'll have to see, you know. I'm more surprised that Eden isn't here. I thought he would have been the first among everyone to show up, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Should we like get him or something? I'll text him.
Yeah, send him a message.
Text.
The real question is,
Eden.
who do you think is not gonna show up? Because there's a chance it's literally everyone else.
You know
Well,
what? You're
I
right.
hope Hyperion shows up.
I
That
hope
I do
so
hope,
too.
but we'll have to see. Who would arrive next, if anyone?
Wait, so who would have told all of us that there was a birthday going on again?
Eden would have told you about a week ago before he had
this
all of
happened.
that. Yes. Yes. Also, for chronology's actually, no, yes, for chronology's sake, the scene with V and Eden and the most recent scene we had with Eden takes place after this.
Ah, fuck. Okay.
Just so so we are aware.
You fucker. Okay, V would definitely just show up because he likes birthdays and he likes hanging out with these people, even though he kind of hates some of them. But
Totally.
he would be the next to walk in. having brought nothing, but he did bring his dab rig. Mess with him.
Willow raises an eyebrow as you would walk in with that, and says,
Puff
"I
beard.
hope you have so much perfume. I am not having my place smell like that."
The stares at him, going, and then he walks backwards out of the woad, puts it back in his place, and then comes right on back.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
sorry, I didn't occur to me that it would smell that bad.
It's
yeah,
a rather potent smell.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyways, yeah, I'm here. Where's our guy?
Yeah, we're still waiting on Hyperion. Honestly, I think it's a 50-50 whether he shows up to his own birthday or not. But
Well, if he doesn't
you
show up, I'm
know.
eating his cake. Who said that?
Fair
Anyway.
enough.
Well, someone's gonna eat it.
Yeah.
Did Jake also text Hyperion? I think he has his phone number.
I think so.
Hyperion, show up at the woad. It's an emergency.
I'm gonna die.
I think it would be funniest if Hyperion showed up last. If anybody else
Okay,
is going to show
for
up,
sure.
then
Yeah, it's bound to happen.
Yeah.
Yes. Does Grace or Isamu show?
Yeah, Grace will show.
Okay.
Of course she does.
She enters in her uniform, but
Mhm.
is that on her face? Is it a little bit of makeup?
Oh.
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh boy. And does Isamu eventually file in?
I did not realize I was still muted. I had to go do something. I was reading through Jess's
worries.
notes. Hold on. I need to DM you something real quick though, Natan.
Oh, okay.
I will say, Jake also spammed Eden. He's like, Eden, 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 Eden.
Eden definitely would not have responded.
Yeah, for
Ooh.
sure. Not in his state.
Yeah.
Yes.
Little
Where's
smiles
Eden?
from Mia.
I don't know.
He seems to not be here, which is a little odd for him as he organized it, but
You don't
I'm
think
sure he'll
something
show up
happened to him,
soon.
right?
What about
No, I'm
Hyperion?
sure he'll show up.
Hmm.
DMs if you would,
He-
Natan.
yep.
Hyperion.
So, neither of the two important people are here.
Well, we need Hyperion, so
I'm sure Hyperion's coming. I texted him.
Okay.
we can go grab him. I'm sure.
Okay, I would
Text
I just-
Hyperion again.
I just wanted to know, like, Isamu, do you know?
Yeah.
Do you know if you're coming? Like, I know there's a DM thing going on right now. Just
Yes, he would
Yes, I do
probably
respond.
show up, begrudgingly.
Okay. You were the last to show up before Hyperion, and as you walk in, Willow just gives a bit of a surprised glance and smirks as he looks away.
Hey, Black Lung.
Don't fucking call me that. I'll put a bullet in your stomach.
oh my god.
Off to
Jesus.
Wow.
a great start.
Black Lung. No. Okay. Right. So we'll say that whole conversation about Adam and Kate showing up was
Mhm.
the earlier in that day. Hyperion comes out of the palace and he sees notifications on his phone. What did Jake say?
Hyperion, it's an emergency. You have to come to the woad.
You
Hyperion,
would know
Hyperion.
that Eden did schedule this for today at this time,
Would he?
but
I thought it was a
geez,
surprise.
I don't. Was it a surprise, Eden, or was it a public thing?
Yes, it was a surprise.
Okay. in
Yeah,
that
no,
case-
it works
Show
better.
up.
It works better if this was a surprise. Okay.
Totally.
Yeah.
Please.
Hyperion looks at
Please
his,
show up. It's an emergency.
at his phone and like furrows his brows. What? Oh, did we get assigned a new mission? He goes up to his coat rack, puts on his black coat, genuinely thinking, oh, we're probably gonna like go out for a mission. I must have missed something. Like walks down to the woad and opens the door and well,
And you open the door, and you are greeted with a bewildering sight. With everyone in there in semi-casual clothes. Jake and Mia are standing next to a very nice cake. On the blackboard behind Willow is the text, "Happy birthday, Hyperion," and most bewildering to you is that Grace is wearing a bit of makeup.
Can there also be peanut butter sandwiches? I think Eden would have noted that that is his favorite food. Peanut butter sandwiches. So there's also just a tray of that. So
That definitely would have been prepared.
That definitely would. Yeah, I know. Blue would have done that before he got lobotomized.
Yes.
So Hyperion opens the door, clocks all of this, and he freezes in place. And we're gonna go into his head for just a second.
Disappears behind you.
Yeah. Oh no. We're gonna go into his head for a second as Zelos goes into the basically the palace area. And it's like, Pathos. Pathos appears next to him, pink eyes, looking with a frown on his face. What is it? Switch with me. I don't know what they've done. They put together some frivolous festivity for my. What is this? You want me to take over? Yes. Don't you want that? You want to be in control. I will let you, just so that I can be rid of this. Pathos looks at. The music fading in. Oh my god. Pathos looks at Zelos for a second and says, "No." What? What do you mean? What do you mean no? I don't want to be in control. Well, that's not entirely true. I would like to be in control, but I think you need this more, Zelos. Before he can continue the conversation, Pathos disappears. He submerges himself deep into Hyperion's subconscious, cannot be pulled out at all. Zelos is going to have to face this himself.
Pathos is the goat. Pathos is amazing.
Wait. When Zelos comes to, V is standing in front of Hyperion and he has a party popper and he blows it into his face. Happy birthday, Hyperion!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Mr. Hollingsworth.
Happy birthday.
Hyperion looks like he looks like he's been flashbanged and stun locked and just about every CC effect from any game you can think of. He's just
yes.
Because on top of all of this, Pathos just outright defied him for the first time ever.
Yeah. Willow shouts over to UV and says, "You're probably gonna have to give him a second."
Okay. He walks off back to the bar.
That's a good look on you.
I like it.
How did you know? And then he realizes that
he looks at
Eden.
you.
Eden. And then he realizes Eden's not here. What? He informed all of you for this? Is that what happened?
Yeah. He did.
Mm-hmm.
He was also, supposed to be here and kind of be the one hosting it, but he is absent for today, which is interesting. But we're all here.
Happy birthday!
Yay!
Happy
birthday.
Happy birthday!
Jake, maybe.
Happy birthday
to
you.
Happy birthday!
I'm laughing. This is not Hyperion. Hyperion is not laughing.
That was embarrassing.
He's way of apologizing.
That was
really say that.
bad. Wow.
Have any of you been to a proper birthday before and actually sang?
Ah! That's so mean.
Well, Grace,
What?
would you care to show us how it's done?
No.
Oh no, sing, puppy. Go on.
What?
I won't.
No.
Before
gonna sing.
before Isamu and Grace can go at each other's throats, Hyperion says, "What have I done to deserve this?"
You're a friend.
That's a good question.
You were
gotta
born
throw
today,
parties
what,
sometimes.
22 years ago? I don't know how old you are.
23.
Wow, So
Old
old.
ass.
Damn.
Oh, you don't get to talk, Jake. You're fucking right behind him. Foot in the grave.
All right. Okay.
You guys are nowhere near old enough to be talking like that.
I haven't
Yeah,
done
you're
anything, though.
you're
They-
ancient
well,
history. Fucking. I don't even know what to call you. White streak? Yeah, you have white in your hair. That's even worse.
Bad one, could have done better.
So, without the palace, we're stuck in your nice little cafe, Willow.
We're in the woad today.
Hyperion is going to
It's
neglect
nice.
to mention the fact that he has his own palace because the idea of all of them in his head celebrating his birthday
Having a
horrifies him.
Yeah.
Horrifies him. He
How are you feeling, Hyperion?
there's nothing to celebrate. Well, what is the point in celebrating existence? I haven't done anything.
Because everyone on some level needs an excuse to cut back a little bit. And generally, the day that we're bored on is where a lot of people find that at. And so you should allow yourself to breathe for like 2 seconds.
What he said.
The fucking sass. Okay. It's an important thing to note right now. The segmentation between Hyperion's 3 personas is not as like perfect as Eden's was. Of like, there's the emotional one who's blue, there's the calculating one who's purple, and then there's just the rage monster. Zelos contains some pieces of Pathos and Mesos within him. So it is that piece of him that hears what Willow says, and Hyperion sort of just stiffly starts to walk towards the cake. You want me to? You want me to?
Blow out the candles?
You want me to cut this?
You know how to, right?
You're supposed to blow the candles first. I put
We made so
23 on there.
Why didn't you?
You spent
you
so
just
much
get one
time
of those-
making
the
it.
number candles.
Yeah, but this is funny.
Also,
Fun.
Hyperion,
Why is my English
I
better
should-
than yours?
How dare
I
you.
should certainly point out that these two lovely people and Eden, pointing to Mia and Jake, personally cooked or baked that cake, and pretty sure it's to your particular enjoyment.
He looks at the cake. He clocks now that this is a black forest. There is the hateful part of Zelos that is like that bastard Eden set me up. There's the main part of him that is like, this is a pointless frivolity. But there is still that kernel that just wants to be loved, as Hyperion said before to Willow, that then leans down towards the candles and
Yay!
blows them out with like, he does not look happy. He looks strained.
He's not videoing this the entire time.
Oh god. Okay.
Oh god.
It's like he's doing this as though he's he's trying to. His face looks like he's trying to resist like a grave temptation, like this cake, of like, I don't deserve this. And then he blows out the candles.
Yay!
Yay.
Alright, you won. Alright, you
Willow
two.
claps a
Alright, you
little
three. Not gonna do that.
Don't continue
Well,
that.
We spent so much time making it, so
Quick thing.
we gotta eat it.
Oh.
Be ashamed to go to waste.
He's gonna go over to Isamu and like say, "Hey, Isamu,
What
I
do
have
you
an idea."
want?
Whispers in his ear.
Birthday punches.
Oh.
For the first time, I don't find your voice as grating as sandpaper.
Okay.
Okay, it's back.
Oh.
Hyperion,
Isamu will
there's an
slink
is there a
to
knife?
Hyperion
Oh, yeah.
slowly, just like, not very obviously, just as if he's inspecting the cake.
He's,
Yep.
I mean, like, you would not need to be subtle. He is still just staring at the cake and all of this. Like, he's so out of it. Go ahead. I don't know what you're planning, but go ahead.
Oh.
Isamu takes his hand out of his pocket, and as accurately as he can, drives it into Hyperion's kidney, yelling, "One!"
Oh!
What are you doing?
You're only allowed one of those.
Here we go.
Whatever, I made it worth it.
Get him, V! Get him!
We did not plan that.
The,
That was not us.
That was Isamu.
oddly
I take
enough,
full credit for that.
oddly enough, you guys don't know this. That makes it a little bit more believable.
Oh.
Isamu like stares daggers at V and nods to Hyperion, like, hurry the fuck up. I'm not gonna be the only one doing this.
Alright. V is hoping that in some small way, it's definitely not going to be. This is some way of him apologizing for him acting the way he did during the last hunt. So he goes over to Hyperion, and he's like, he kind of just like starts like shadow boxing him, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, he goes up to 23, and then he's like, and 23.
He's
I already did
just,
one. You
Actually
didn't
tap
do
him on
23.
the. Oh.
He's at 24 now.
no, he is 23 now. That's what he meant.
Oh, okay,
He
cool.
turned 23.
Mhm.
He just looks at you with so much bewilderment. Before he, I guess he like, there is a knife, I imagine, for the cake.
Indeed.
Oh yeah.
Then yeah, he cuts it into, I mean, he cuts it into
I think
8
it's-
pieces.
He's gonna stab me. I got scared.
No,
He stabbed me in the
I
neck.
mean, if he wasn't in his current emotional state, maybe he would have. But
Does the knife touch the bottom?
the knife does
Oh.
cut through the full cake, unless
I don't know if Americans
Does
see
it?
this, but
oh,
for my parties, if the knife touches the bottom, you got to kiss the closest girl.
what the fuck?
I've never heard of that.
No,
That's crazy.
There's
That
no
is
way that's a
only-
thing. There's no way that
just-
is a thing.
I am
Some-
so for real right now. That is a thing.
It
That
just
is a
so
thing.
I'm
happens
looking
that
at it.
Grace Harper is
No.
sitting-
Okay. Is anyone here Australian? If anyone here is Australian,
no.
they can claim that, but no one is. So shut
That
up.
is fair.
Okay.
You're going to
Oh,
make
I can
him
look
go
it up, it's
imago
real.
if you do too much to
I'm
him.
sorry.
That is
Oh, that's so
that is
funny.
only an Australian thing, apparently, from what I've
Probably.
looked at.
I'm looking
He
at
is
it
Australian.
backwards. I'm
You can say it. You can
fact
claim
checking
it.
this.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, well, he unaware of this custom, and nobody brings this up lest they face the wrath of Sin Hyperion. He cuts the cake into 8 pieces. There are only 7 of us here because Eden is missing, but it's easier to cut 8 pieces. So, he cuts them and looks at the rest of you and says, I have your slices, I guess.
Birthday boy gets the first slice, don't you know?
That is a tradition.
He truly did not. Do you think his parents, his quote-unquote parents, celebrated his birthday? No. Yeah. So he takes the I don't know what they're called, the thing that shovels the cake slices, and puts it into a plate, and grabs a fork, and takes a piece of it and puts it and like eats it, and then looks at all of you and says, "Okay, go ahead now, please."
When you eat it, it is quite a delightful, nostalgic taste.
He yeah, the emotional, empathetic side of him flares up even more as as this particular flavor of cake reminds him of a time before hell. As he just sort of expression doesn't like go slack, but he just like sort of just like focuses himself just on the cake and like stops paying much of an attention to you all.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he likes the cake.
You guys did a good
That's
job
good. We spent some
making
time
it.
making it.
He Is the bar nearby with the chairs?
Yeah.
And then he'll just go sit down in one of them, and eat it silently.
Willow will, still standing behind the bar, he'll walk up to you and say, I don't know how many other people did, but at least Jake and I have gifts.
Oh. What is
Here
it?
comes the gift tray. Chugga, chugga,
Oh.
chugga, chugga, choo choo.
I kind of gave him his gifts a little early.
Oh, I suppose you did. Well,
You-
Jake, go ahead.
Oh, the pin?
Yeah.
Well, the pin is still there, I will say. Still on his label.
Yes.
Very
Yeah.
nice.
Here comes the gift. Choo choo. Come on, here it is. He like slowly floats the cat plushie over to Hyperion's side. Here it's coming.
Willow
It's coming. Here it is.
Just
Oh,
raising both
oh.
of his eyebrows.
What is this?
it's a cat plushie. Wow. Don't you guys look very similar? And then he
You,
presents the cat plushie, dead faced.
You look at the cat plush, and then suddenly on half of its face, these two eyes, these blue eyes, split open, and it gets a very devious grin on its face. As then suddenly Kit floats up out of the plush, leaving it in its leaving it how it originally was. But he floats up and says, "Happy birthday."
You too?
Willow just looks up, squinting at Kid.
You gonna take it?
He sets his cake piece down and he like takes it and is shocked by how soft it is, even though that's exactly what a plushie is meant to be. But yeah, he takes it and he sort of just places it on the floor next to his chair.
What are you doing? It's gonna get dirty.
I
You
keep my
should sit
floors
next
very
to
clean,
you.
thank you.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. Whoa. No,
You didn't offend me, just pointed it out.
no, I can't.
Well, aren't you all going to have the cake?
Willow lifts up a plate of a slice that he has and says, "I'm enjoying it."
He's looking at the
Like
rest of the
this
cadre. It's like,
He's fucking
yeah.
that thing up.
okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
good.
I
Jake
think
also
the
has
rest of
the
everyone
slice.
has
I-
kind of gotten into it.
Okay. Hyperion
Willow,
desperately just does not want attention on him.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that?
Willow will look over to everyone else and then look back to Hyperion leaning over the bar and says, "Also, I got you this." And he slides over a small, dark blue little box.
Hyperion looks at it, looks at Willow. Is he expecting him to open it right now, or is it
Yeah.
like a okay?
Mhm.
Hyperion goes over to it and opens the box.
You open the box, and inside is a very, very nice silver pocket watch.
Hyperion
Felt like
takes
your
it.
Style.
I appreciate it.
Of course.
And he puts it in his pocket.
All right.
At this point, he turns over to Grace, who I guess did she get her own slice of cake?
Yep.
Okay. You wore makeup?
Not for you.
Well, that is actually good to hear. He goes back to eating his cake.
That sounds a lot like a backhanded compliment.
No, it would have been genuinely unsettling if you had decided to wear makeup on my behalf.
Well, I thought we'd gotten to know each other a little better. Figured you might be happy. I'm messing with you.
Okay. It suits you.
Gee, thanks.
Y'all are weird as fuck.
Okay.
I mean,
Does the song
He's only
say that?
16.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hyperion doesn't lie. So he just goes back to eating his cake silently, desperately hoping that people will just eat their own cakes and stop paying attention to him.
Alrighty.
This is kind of related to
yeah.
Hyperion's birthday, but V is gonna try to talk to Jake really quick. Not like a apologizing kind of way, just like trying to make like small talk because things are kind of awkward between him and the two of them right now.
Jake's slowly turns to V3. I would like to mention there's been a slight flush to his face ever since he got here. Maybe the room is hot or something. I don't know. And very contrary to V's expectation, he's very receptive to me. Hey, buddy! What's up?
V, in the same way we kind of awkwardly did the thing with Hyperion, he feels extremely awkward around Jake currently after what just happened, and is trying to his best to act normal, and is like, "Hey, Jake, what's going on?"
It's great. How are you liking the cake? Made it myself with Mia and Eden, of course, not to discredit them.
Yeah. It's great. I also want to ask you why they're peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Does he like that particularly?
Yeah, I guess Hyperion likes peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Well, I think you should have tried to make a peanut butter and jelly cake.
Now that's a great idea. But
yeah, I think.
No, maybe for next time for his birthday.
Yeah,
but that's a good idea. That's a good idea. You're right. You're so right. And he like pats V's shoulder very aggressively.
Surprisingly, because of the fact that V expected Jake to just kind of sideline his entire existence, he wants to apologize and like maybe try to just act a bit more normal around him, but he really can't bring himself just to be like, "Hey, I'm sorry." So V just kind of awkwardly laughs to whatever Jake goes on to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, hey Mia, how are you doing, Mia?
I'm doing alright.
Oh, okay, great. That's great. Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm glad this cake turned out well.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. I'm a big fan. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Cake is good, man.
I'm gonna go. If he's just gonna take the rest of his cake and just leave the room.
Bye.
Hey, Mia.
Yeah, Grace?
Do you know where Eden is?
I don't know, no.
It's a bit odd that he wouldn't show up for something he planned. I'd assumed he was gonna be here.
Yeah. It is
Weren't
a bit odd.
two of you the last people to see him?
What was that, sorry?
Weren't the two of you the last people to see him? Referring to Jake and Mia.
Were we?
Oh, well, were you? You did make this cake together, right? Was that the last time you saw him?
I guess.
Yesterday, but
Yeah,
That
I
was
saw him a bit after
yesterday.
that, but I don't know where he is now.
Jake's
Well, was
gonna
he
spam
acting
Eden
normal?
again. Eden.
He
Just a
seemed-
string of messages.
He seemed a bit different, but I'm sure he's fine.
Yeah.
This entire conversation, Mia's speech is like pinging the shit out of Hyperion's like lie.
Is it though?
Wouldn't it? I'm sure he's fine.
she fully believes that.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How
Evil.
bizarre. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, whether or not it was a lie, Hyperion's not paying attention. He really can't right
Yeah.
now.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll show up soon.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. And how about you, Jake? Are you feeling fine?
Oh, I'm feeling great. This cake's really good. Who made this?
I thought it was you.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
your mother is right. You are a pretty good cook.
Okay.
Your
Are
mom.
there-
Did you go and see her?
Yeah.
That's really nice. I'm very glad that you're feeling good.
It's really nice of you. Great. Thank you.
Of course.
If there isn't anything else,
Mhm.
Hyperion, after having finished his slice of cake, is gonna walk over and get one of these PB&J sandwiches.
Yes.
And as he
Nice.
goes back and sits at the bar, silently chewing on his sandwich, and inside of his psyche, he hears,
Goodness, you really are pathetic, aren't you, Ian?
and you would see like his entire body like lock up in place at being called Ian. The dead naming is crazy. And every part of him wants to get so angry right now. It's like, no, I am not Ian. I have never been Ian. But instead, he just slumps further, and he just replies back in his mind, I know I am.
Oh.
As he continues to silently eat his peanut butter jelly sandwich.
Mhm.
Jake's gonna
I see.
pat his back. Hey, buddy. You feeling okay?
He doesn't respond.
Oh, okay. I see. I get it. Scoots back.
Yeah. And
Mhm.
he looks like he's progressively like getting closer to actually just having a full breakdown. At like the idea of like he just feels so shameful right now of like this act of like indulging in these things that he likes. He feels like he doesn't deserve it. Then again, I don't think he ever would feel like he ever deserved it, because he has in his mind only one thing that he's supposed to be doing: getting stronger, getting more powerful, working towards building his empire. Everything else is meaningless. And yet, for him to enjoy this means that he's a mess. And he looks like he's just about to actually break into tears when he hears a voice in his head, deafening, not pathos, not Misos, Zelos' own, as he says to himself, yes, you are nothing. Are you going to stay that way? Continue to wallow in the wretch of yesterday? Or are you going to pull yourself together? You are the one who will take us from nothing to everything. You are the one who will free us from our suffering, our failures. You withstand these setbacks, these frivolities, and you keep moving forward. That is your charge, now and forevermore. And you will not stop until the soil trembles underneath your feet and the stars bow before your might. Never forget who you are. You are Zelos. And unfortunately, his will, his thirst for power and ambition is too strong to break. and what might have been a turning point towards the main personality becoming a bit more like Pathos. Instead, nothing happens.
Willow seems to have been monitoring you this entire time, somewhat aware of the fact that things might get a little bit rough for you.
Yes, you would see,
Yeah.
as Willow would see Hyperion like snap like back into attention. Any sense of like like sadness or shame or anything just gets wiped off of his face immediately.
He notices that and curses under his breath a little bit, and looks away. But for the remainder of Hyperion's birthday party, is there anything that anyone specifically wanted to do, or can we move on?
Well, there was a thing at the end that Hyperion wants to do, but
Certainly.
if there's nothing else,
I believe we can go to that.
okay. Then in this now, for lack of a better word, reorganized state that Hyperion finds himself in, he continues to eat the cake, or not the cake, the sandwich, but it's like he's not really like engaging with it anymore. Like he's not really comprehending what it means, what like the value that this particular food item has for him. And after he finishes it, he's going to actually walk over to Grace.
Need something?
Yes. After these festivities are done with, I would like to speak with you privately, if you would be willing.
Sure, whatever. Okay.
Very well. Then that's it until
Okay.
it comes to an end.
Very well. Yeah, things slowly die down a little bit, and the festivities do conclude. And you all eventually find yourself going your own separate ways after everything happened at the Oh, yes.
What?
Is there something
After
you want to do,
the
Jake? Yeah.
I think Jake will take that 8th slice and leave it outside Eden's door.
Oh my god.
After a knock.
Oh.
Eden, I don't know if you're feeling sick or anything, but I got you cake. It's really good. Not to toot my own horn or anything.
You do notice, or remember in this moment, that in the hours upon hours upon hours that you have spent around Eden, and everything that you have given him in terms of food, you've never seen him eat a single time.
I mean, is that unusual?
It is rather unusual, as you have spent extended periods of time with him, and every piece of food that you have offered to him has always been uneaten, and it just seems curious now that you think about it.
Jake stands there for a bit, kind of ponders. Then he begins knocking rapidly. Eden, you don't have like an eating disorder, do you? You can tell me anything.
Oh, I see. There is no response at the door.
Well, it'd be really awkward if you weren't actually in your room, but if you are, you said I was your friend, so I'm your friend, so you can tell me anything, anytime. Just send me a text. I'm here for you. Okay. But I know you like your alone time.
This is before he fucking detonated. I'm not gonna do it, but god damn it, he would. But I'm not gonna. He's skitzing out right now. He would and he should, but no.
Jake, you get a text on your phone, actually. It's from Willow, and it just says, "Please make sure to drink plenty of water after you sober up."
He knows.
Jake's gonna stare at it dumbly for a bit, and then he texts back, "IDK what you're talking about."
Yeah.
LOL.
Joe,
Ha
yeah.
ha.
You get a response that says, "Lol, you're right. Drink water regardless."
Yes! Yes!
It would have been really funny if Willow just said Joe, yeah.
Yes.
Yes!
But, continuing on here. A few days later, after the incident with Eden, yes.
What? I was just wondering when the Hyperion conversation with Grace was gonna
after
happen?
this.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
But actually, how long do you think that conversation is going to be?
It could be a bit in terms of length, maybe.
Okay, so we'll get to it after this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Eden. Maybe that's not right to call you anymore. Regardless, you seem to be going in and out of consciousness, with the only consistent thing being a bright light above you in your fleeting, hazy, and distorted vision. You hear voices each time you awake, and through the intervals, you can tell there's a fair bit of time between each bout of perception that you are able to steal. The voices speaking around you are strange each time you can hear them before you fall back into unconsciousness. Some sound familiar, while others are completely foreign. What the hell happened anyways? He was fine a few days ago when I spoke to him. It seems something has changed with his connection to the psychic sea. The effects on the body are similar to that of sin overflow. However, there's no sign of grace nor sin anywhere left in the body. I'm still not sure what could have caused this. So what? Like he blew out his sin seed? It appears that he has no sin seed. Nor any signs that he ever did. How is that? So where the hell did his psychic powers come from? Is he just manifesting stuff without the psychic sea? No, it's definitely still psychic. Perhaps one doesn't need a sin seed if they're connected straight to the root. Everything begins to fade for you again. The next thing you can hear are the sounds of crunching bones, sundering flesh, and some strange, whirring, drill-like noise. You feel unbearable pain, but you are unable to move or scream in agony. You go under and over consciousness again and again in cycles. Whatever anesthesia you're under seems to be at least partly ineffective. Or perhaps it was just a particularly long operation. Maybe both. Each time you awaken, Caitlin's voice calls to whatever is working on you to keep you from coming back out of it and reapply whatever is knocking you out. Guilt floods your mind as you dream for the first time not in your palace in over a decade. Or, sorry, I should say not in its palace. The memories of the things Eden had done. Not just in this life, but all of the others. Every single one of them. They all play out before you. Mia had sealed everything away into the attic, the same place where Eden kept you. The memories of the past fade into a distant haze, far murkier than the still muddled memories of the life it had led since taking your body. The haze only makes the cacophony of screams blur together. It feels like every horrible thing it had ever done had been dealt by your hands, no matter how impossible that may be. Only bits and pieces get through from there. The only two facets of information remaining particularly relevant in your mind someone saying, "We're losing him!" And the doctor saying the words, "Commencing the transfusion!" Grace and Hyperion. A little bit after the birthday party, the two of you find yourselves alone in wherever Hyperion had designated to meet. And you, Hyperion, as you wait there for Grace to arrive, after a few moments, she does.
Okay. Yeah, I think he would have. There's probably like a break space or bench area near the gym. He probably would have just chosen that, seeing as that's where they most frequently seem to interact.
Well, I'm here.
Good. Well, I think you'll need to sit down for this. This conversation.
Okay.
This conversation needs to happen inside of my palace.
Fine.
Hyperion reclines in this seat and invites his mimic palace to Grace.
I'll take it.
All right. Hyperion comes into this space, as does Grace, and you would. The first thing you would see, because I think this is the first time Grace is here, has been in here, is a dimly lit hallway with lights that seem to come out of the floor itself. There is a softly glowing gigantic computer screen that is Ouroboros, not that she's ever seen it before, and there's a table with a chair.
Real Resident Evil setup you got here. Gonna interrogate me?
What is that? He wasn't looking at you, but as you turn to see him, he looks different. He looks slightly, just a bit different from what he did when he was speaking to you just a moment ago. And let me put the art in player references.
Indeed.
This is what he looks like now. And also, Natan, if you could put that up on the Roll20 as well.
Yes.
You can see it in player references.
Did she take us in here so you could get a haircut?
No. The change in appearance is a separate matter. I brought you here for an important reason, right?
Mm-hmm.
Take a seat.
Okay.
As you this is not gonna make what 3 is saying in the chat any better. As Grace sits down, a plate materializes in front of you with strawberry sugar wafers.
Real choice for a snack, huh? You got a good taste.
Hyperion turns back to this table, and for a split second, you see a flash of just utter bewilderment. Before he papers that over with a muted look and says, "Right. Well, I guess that sort of unveils what I was doing in here. See, I was looking into information about every member of the cadre and stumbled upon your favorite snack, I suppose."
I'm sure. You were just stumbling upon it.
I genuinely was. Please do not insinuate otherwise.
Okay. What are you trying to butter me up for?
He does not want to bring up the fact that this is probably Pathos' doing. And in fact, unheard to Grace, Zelos just hears a as yes. It was Pathos who put that there.
Glad you did it, because if you didn't, I was
yeah. But he's just gonna cut to the point. He as he looks like he was setting some stuff up onto the Ouroboros screen. And he turns to you, Grace, and he says, "What do you know about the last mission that you went on as an assassin back in 2008?
Okay, straight to the point. Can't even get a bite of the wafers first? Let's see.
I mean, you're welcome to take a bite if you wish."
Shut up. Well, I remember I was sent to, well, not hunt down, but to provide overwatch for a group of untouchables and an exorcist going to kill an edit.
I see. And the mission went awry.
It did. Something happened, I blacked out, and here I am now, with powers.
Hyperion materializes a file in his hand, and he sits at the other end of the table, and he opens it and passes it over to you, Grace. It is your own file that mentions that I don't actually know if I have the image anywhere with me close by, but
I do.
Thank you.
Yep. Let me grab that real quick. I'll go ahead and drop it in character references, and I'll throw it up on the screen momentarily. Grace Harper.
Sorry. Yeah, so just read that out. Saying, in particular, description of manifestation events. Since he had manifested upon subject collapse during a mission, Temerity still attempting to figure out why. Watch subject's interactions with subject 126937. Which...
Who's that?
Mia.
Huh. She looks like she's thinking. Okay. So why are you showing me this?
So it says you collapsed. Do you remember anything more specifically about that?
Blurry vision's what I remember the most. My ears started ringing too, if I remember correctly. That's pretty much it.
I see. Well, I was able to dig up some further information about your mission and extracted a date, time, and location, that being Chicago in 2008, in some date and time that does exist, that I know, that I totally know.
Yes.
And I took a look at news footage of what happened, because that is just about the same time as Mia's Cincy manifestation. And place.
See.
Yeah.
Are you implying they're related?
I am pretty sure they are. And on the screen behind him, the screen lights up with what looks to be news footage from the ground, some helicopter footage as well, of a gigantic car pileup on a highway near Chicago, and entire buildings around this car crash appeared to be out of power, completely shut off. Now, of course, the mundane explanation for something like this would be probably an electromagnetic pulse. But given the timing of Mia's Cincy manifestation and your own, well, it's not exactly a huge leap of logic to say that whatever caused you to fall was probably this.
I see. That would make sense. I mean, could it just be coincidence? I mean, maybe the Psychic Sea had a little, I don't know, bump? Something went wrong, and we both manifested Sin Seeds at once. There's nothing here to prove that they're connected. We can't prove it.
Hyperion manifests an additional file. You're right, we can't completely prove it, because of course no video footage of the blast exists, but... And he pushes over another file. It's Mia's file.
Which I believe has already been sent to
Yeah, it's been sent to character references before. But... Where is it? Yeah, so description and manifestation event. Grace outflux from stress of parents arguing while driving. Catastrophic accident unavoidable before CAIN operatives arrived on scene. 567 casualties, 939 injuries.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
When did... Okay. I don't remember hearing anything about a big disaster.
Well, CAIN papered over the entire thing. They have means of suppressing, even rewriting entire pieces of information and reality to keep these sorts of things under wraps. But...
They sure do. That's a virtue's job.
Yes. Yes, indeed. So... The last piece of this is... Well... It's difficult for me to speak on this particular matter. Because there are things that I cannot say, and there are things that I can't, and I can't say why I can't say them, other than to say that there is a war for information going on in the Gestalt right now, Grace. People have staked territorial claims within it, and a lot of it seems to center around you.
Why? I'm really not all that important.
I would say the contrary, actually. That file of yours, it mentions a drug, Comp 4. Are you familiar?
Yep.
So, what, do they administer it to you in front of you, I would imagine? Weekly. Interesting. Grace, that drug was designed specifically for you.
Well, now I'm flattered. They give it to me to help me out. They want to keep me strong, I guess.
You do realize how very odd it is that CAIN created an entire compound just for you.
Yeah, I'm good at my job, so what?
Not that good. None of us are. There's pieces here that are not adding up, and again, pieces that I can't tell you about because I can't tell you why I can't tell you. I will, once I know I can, but I figured you would want to know what I found at least.
Thanks for telling me, Hyperion. Okay. Thanks.
No problem. I figured the more informed you are, the better.
Uh-huh. Okay, then. Let's see. So, they were keeping the whole Mia thing. I kind of already knew about that. We interact strangely when we're close. There's things going on with me, and you've just given a bit more information. Well, I don't trust you. So, you're making things clear. But I don't want you to think we're allies. I don't have to tell you anything that I know, even though it was nice that you told me. I'm sure you're keeping plenty from me.
Well, as I said, there are things that I'm keeping from you because I physically cannot tell you. But you're right. You don't have any reason to trust me. All I can say is that I don't lie. I do not. But again, you have no reason to believe that.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like something a liar would say.
Yeah, they would. They do.
Well, do we have anything else to discuss? Your place is kind of gross.
It's functional. Would you
Yeah,
rather?
but
Would you rather I have a couch?
yeah, the vibes here are really, I don't know, it's like a dental office.
Well, we may have these meetings in the future. I will take that under advisement. But I did actually have one last thing, some sort of an addendum to what you mentioned. You said you were sent after an edit.
Sure was.
Do you have a name or description?
CAIN doesn't give me those kinds of things. And he
Not-
was an edit. How am I supposed to know he was not changed?
True. No description of any kind, though.
Not that I remember, no.
Very well.
You have a special interest in this? Edit? A friend of yours, maybe?
You see him like jerk, like his head jerks at the idea. It's like friend. No, most definitely not a friend. Someone.
So weird.
Someone that. Well, I don't know if we're talking about the same person. But if we are, he'd better be dead.
Well, I never took the shot, so maybe he's still out there. That scare you?
Well, this happened in 2008. If we're talking about the same person, I killed him in 2011.
Huh. Well, you killed someone I failed to. Consider me impressed.
Thank you, I suppose.
Okay. Can I go now?
Yes, you can.
You will leave.
Alrighty. Sounds good. Okay. Let's see here. Did you want to have a quick conversation with Grace?
Yes, sir, Bob. One moment.
Alright.
Also, a quick thing, Nathan, you remember that thing? I'm not gonna bring it up in here, but do you remember that thing I mentioned to you that I wanted V to ask from Willow? That thing you wanted to replace his gun.
Extremely vaguely.
Okay, I'll just DM it to you really quick.
Alrighty.
One moment.
Then after this conversation with V and Grace, we will go to break. Oh yes, you could have made that request to him probably at the birthday party or something.
Sick. I'd want that to come in right before the Manhattan incident. Anyways, but also we're not calling it that. That's the group name. Okay. V, out of everyone he has had the chance to talk to, comes to the conclusion that he kind of wants to see what's up with one Grace Harper. And remembering that during their little beach party they all had, that him trying to have a drinking game with her, she said that maybe if they got along a bit more the next mission, they could talk. So V, kind of begrudgingly, but trying to, make friends with people, goes over to Grace, knocks on her door.
She opens her door, and you catch a glimpse of her face being a little bit excited. but she quickly goes back to how she normally is.
Hey,
What do you want, V?
hey, I just wanted to follow over the conversation I wanted to have with you during the beach party we had, but it didn't, really end up panning
What?
out.
Jake's
so,
birthday?
Yeah, you said that we could talk if we, got along
Did
a
I?
bit better.
Oh, I did say that, didn't I?
You sure did.
I said if you didn't piss me off the next mission.
Well, did
You
I?
did piss me off.
Why?
Because you're worthless, V. But
Grease.
if you're really that intent on talking with me, I'll give you some time. What do you want?
All right, sick. I'm gonna walk in. As far
Do not walk in. I'll break your arm.
Okay. Quick thing: is everyone aware at this point that I made out a sound?
I don't think unless you've told people, then not particularly.
I think that is just me and Hyperion.
Okay, I'm
Because
not
of the
gonna
whole-
mention. Yeah, because of Axis.
Yeah.
Anyways, what is it? He's like, all right. Look, I kind of just wanted to talk to you about the last mission more so. If you don't really want to have any small talk, I guess I'll just get to a greater point. Do you think that the vision that I saw and that you walked in on was just a vision, or maybe something more than that?
V, it was an illusion. Something put there to scare us. I don't know what about it specifically was meant to scare you, but that stuff isn't real. You shouldn't ever think of it as something that's real. Otherwise, it'll mess up your brain. Didn't
get
you
that
read the
part.
field manual?
To be honest, beforehand, I did not.
We'll go give it a read.
Well, look, I mean it more so because, those aren't ideas that I came up with. The whole thing of, that garden and Eden with all the gunk coming out of him and the giant fucking thing in the sky. None of those things were things that I had ever considered, and it has to be based on something. Was it
was
something
probably
on Lily?
subconscious, V.
I mean,
What I saw was something I hadn't seen before, something I didn't normally think about. It's not real. You shouldn't think of it that way.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm kind of curious. You kind of get right to the point with everything all of the time. You don't really ever leave any room open to breathe about anything. What's that about?
Because it's a waste of time making menial talk. I'd rather get straight to the point and not have to listen to your grating voice.
I just wanted to see where you're coming from, Grace.
Well, now you know. Okay. Okay. Fine. V, why are you the way you are? Why are you so utterly pathetic and weak? Why do you insist on messing everything up? Why do you insist on inviting catastrophe?
He's gonna stand there and think for a second. Grace, I'm just trying in any way that I can to maybe lighten up situations or try to make things better in any way that I can. And I realize that sometimes I'm not always doing that, and sometimes I just end up fooling around too much and things go wrong. But I'm really trying to act with more intent to make things better. Even if I'm wrong, I'm trying to act in more conviction to just try to make things better. And I really don't think we're all gonna get anywhere unless we don't take some risks. And inherently, I'm a risky person. I act risky during this, and fuck, me talking to you right now is risky. I half expected me to come here and knock on the door, you open it up and slam it in my face, which I imagine you thought of doing. But
I'm not trying to be stupid, if that's what you're wondering.
Take things more seriously, V. Next
I'm
mission,
trying.
I need you to be on your best behavior. I need you to try and not invite catastrophe. To make things worse, like that stunt you pulled on our second hunt, where you made a huge noise in the forest. I don't want shit like that going down anymore. I do my best to keep even you alive. I'd like you to do the same for me.
Can't say I won't try to be flashy, but I won't try to fuck up everything.
Good. So you
If that's
can
what you
listen.
V is so fucking close to punching Grace. Okay. Sounds good. I'm gonna go. I'll see you for whatever the fuck we end up doing next. And do you have a jolly day, Grace?
See ya, V.
Bye.
Okay.
Jesus
And with the
fucking Christ.
tense end of that conversation, whatever awaits next, we're gonna go to break.
Uh-huh. That was fun. I liked that.
Oh,
Good job,
boy.
Snake. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Fantastic work. That was beautiful.
Eden's words keep appearing in her mind.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh boy.
What the
You
fuck was
don't
that?
say.
What the fuck was that?
Okay,
Nathan just has like a bag of phrases she reaches into and then pulls out every once in a while. And she keeps on trying to modify them very slightly, and they become very funny when you. Oh boy! Like,
Okay.
That
I'm
was
glad
great.
we confirmed that art that that I posted is in fact not AI. It is
No,
an
no,
actual
it's not.
person.
I think it's just the.
I think it's just
the-
interesting. I think it's fine though.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is the typical. What's the word I'm trying to say? Huh? What am I saying? Huh?
Art style?
Yeah, typical overseas art style, specifically Chinese.
Yeah, I think these characters are from some kind of Chinese
Yeah, there's some
thing.
like, yeah, I looked it up on the Google search thing. They look like siblings. I think they're like from somewhere.
I like the. I wasn't really sure how that was gonna go, Snake, but I kind of like the idea that like the two of them still really don't like each other, but they're gonna go along with what the fuck they need to do for the sake of the mission, and then as time goes on, they maybe start to actually be like, hey, maybe you're not that half bad as like a person. But I don't know what's gonna happen. I like this. I like the angle of this. This is a lot more interesting than what I was thinking was gonna happen.
Perhaps. Yeah.
Also, I want to point this out to everybody because I think it's really funny. Nova changed her name on the server to a dash.
Yeah,
so I
did.
The hyphen.
We did see that.
The
Yeah.
hyphen.
Oh, I
Yeah.
can't wait for
I'm
a
sure.
true name to drop.
Who?
I'm sure Eden's doing fine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's doing good.
Yeah, it's going.
Mia's just so like
Yeah.
happy. She's like having a good time. Eden is dying on a hospital bed.
Of course.
I think
of
is
course.
just gone.
Mm-hmm.
There is, yeah, Eden is gone probably.
Yeah. Also, I said it in chat, but like Polaris, I don't know if you've played DMC, but like Hyperion is just Virgil. I need you to understand this.
I have not played
The
DMC.
way-
I don't know what this means.
The way
Trust
you talk
me,
is the way you talk is him. What your story has been with him so far. It's very very similar to Virgil.
Really interesting. Okay.
I will show you some stuff once rap session will be around for a bit. I want you to kind of understand this a bit more. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I'll be around. Yeah.
Sick. Yeah, that was fun. That was a good session. I guess actually a good half session. Jesus Christ, no. Still got a lot more to go.
Hyperion genuinely just trying to
Yeah.
have been close
Hey,
enough
if you
to
got this far into the VOD, write down below. What's your favorite? What do you think Hyperion's favorite ice cream flavor would be?
Oh my god.
Peanut butter.
peanut butter. No, put whatever you want.
If,
Peanut
if anyone
butter.
had been close enough to her, there was a lingering floral scent too. Well, then I guess Hyperion.
We probably would have smelled it.
I
at
guess
some point.
Hyperion smelt that as they were
Mhm.
meeting for the thing.
I don't know why, but I was half expecting Rabina to knock on the door, opens it up, and then Nathan's like, and you see Grace, and then who's that? Hyperion's on the bed. Like,
Oh
just
my
like,
no.
We're not there yet.
Yeah.
Oh my
We're
god.
getting there.
Yeah,
We're
it's, yeah,
getting
we'll
That's
get there.
that's the end goal.
It's so
Yeah.
fun.
So
That's the
just
plan.
quickly,
Mhm.
my mum is on her way home with like lunch, so
Oh, so you have to go back.
I'll have to leave at some point for that.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay. Well, are you gonna still be around to take the rest
Yeah,
of the session, or
afterwards
is
I'll be
it
back.
take a break? Oh, okay, cool.
Okay.
It's just for lunch.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Also, Nova, I really like the way that you've changed up the way Eden's sounding currently. It's very, very sympathetic.
Well,
like
I
it
don't
a
know if
lot.
we're gonna hear that ever again.
I think Eden has
Well,
lost
I'm just
it,
saying I
I
like
think.
it right now. I'm just saying, yeah, I think it was good. It was good.
He's
I think-
gone loony.
Yeah, no, it
Yeah.
was good. Yeah, it was definitely good.
Yes. Oh, for sure.
Pretty
for sure.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Also, it's very
Over
funny.
that.
It's very funny to me that like Hyperion is just trying to just like explain things to Grace, and then there's just a wisecrack from Grace every other sentence. As Hyperion is just like, yeah, here are
He's
these
Leon
things.
Kennedy.
Uh-huh.
He's
Literally.
literally.
Did
Leon
you
Kennedy.
Where'd everyone go?
did you
Bingo?
explain-
Fucking-
did you explain to everyone how you stumbled across the information of
Oh
Grace's
my God.
personal stuff?
Yeah, let me so yeah, I've just been bombarding Natan with out of session questions to Ouroboros. So I was, because I'm just gonna, yeah, so as Hyperion sort of hinted at, there's a lot of information about Grace that is just gone from like the Gestalt. So I wrote the question: what, if any, information exists about the exorcist known as Grace Harper between the date of the Chicago incident and May 12th, 2013 that has not been erased?
He got everything.
I got everything. It was not what Hyperion was going for, or Zelos was going for, in the slightest. But instead, I'll say what Natan wrote in response. You get a plethora of personal information about her that you are a little surprised and perhaps a bit embarrassed by. All personal details regarding herself and her life within CAIN, as well as various missions and training as an exorcist. Nothing particularly of note. Uh-huh.
I got a
It was
bowl of
such a
3 whole
perfect moment.
oranges.
That's
Ooh,
awesome.
Nice.
yummy.
So it's
Yeah.
Eden a sin. Can we bring that up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
yeah,
definitely a
yeah,
sin.
that was
We did
Okay.
figure that.
Yeah.
That was
You
it.
guys,
That was
was-
confirmed.
Yeah.
I have a theory.
Yeah.
I'll get
Nathan,
there.
And so
It's a
Nathan,
Cain
I-
theory, you could say.
Mm.
I
And
was
so,
about
the,
to
and so the,
say,
sorry, the
Cain
last thing I'll say about that is that like he's
Hmm.
ever since Blue decided to not Blue, Purple took up shop in his mind, Zelos has been keeping everything that he's like learned from Ouroboros away from the other two personalities, but he didn't keep that whole glut of personal information from them because he was like, this is useless. This is not beneficial to me in any way. Which is how Pathos found out that Grace's favorite snack was strawberry sugar wafers.
Oh.
He
Oh, so Nathan, I was gonna say, I love it. You just keep on teasing them of who the fuck Hazel is. I love it. I love that. Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, I was
I
like,
would
oh, are we
not-
gonna finally see? Like, is V3
No.
finally gonna see her? And
No,
then
you're
and then
not.
he's just
Not
static, and I just
yet.
wrote in chat, "How dare you?"
I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Messed up, bro.
Yeah.
So
The potential man.
We'll
is
get there.
Uh-huh.
is Eden a sin born from the original sin? Is Eden the original
Oh.
sin?
We'll have to find out
I have to
in
find out.
Fucking
probably
Aldia, what the hell?
15 minutes.
Is that why me and him resurrect together? Because he is her sin.
Let's find out.
We'll find out.
Hmm.
Wait.
My
That should be that'd
my
be your
theory:
thing,
if
I
there's
think,
no
you would
sin
bring
seed or
on board.
anything anymore, then maybe Eden is, or like Nova is gonna now play the virtue faith.
That'd be cool.
Because if
Glad to see you.
if Eden's died to the root of sin, anyway.
No,
We'll
you're
find-
on to something.
No,
you're
no,
on to
yeah,
something.
you're cooking. You're cooking through it, but we
Okay,
are
okay,
going
we're
to
just
find the
giving you what
answer
it see.
somewhat soon, maybe.
Very soon.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
But man, Grace is
You know I'm right.
pining for Eden. Oh my god.
Lingering
Uh-huh,
floral
yeah.
scent.
It's only I
Lamau.
promise it will end, but it will probably get significantly worse soon enough.
We'll
And then
see.
it
We'll
will-
see.
What?
Or maybe
What?
not. It could. This session, it could probably end, but it also,
We'll see what happens.
yeah.
Oh boy.
Is-
Oh
Do
boy.
they know? Like, does
No,
she
we
know
don't.
specifically?
Yeah.
I don't know. Tell us.
You'll find out in a few minutes. We'll get there.
We're getting there.
Patience.
No.
You're dangling a
No.
carrot on a stick right now. Ah!
Isn't that what my job just is always?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which one of the cadre would? I have a question, everybody. Which one of the cadre would be the type of person to like wait right before like the doors close on a subway and then push someone out of it right when it goes away?
Isamu.
Isamu.
Not
Isamu.
Yeah, I think we can all agree
Isamu's
on
the
that.
subway slammer.
Yeah, from Max, yes. Yes, he's the subway slammer. Are you mad at me? Look at that fucking girl.
Yeah, someone waits for a train to come into the station and then just does slam you into the train. And he finds it much
Yeah.
funnier.
Yeah.
That birthday party was the funniest shit.
That
That
was
was a-
That
great.
went so
I'm-
well. I'm so happy with how that went.
I was sitting on Pathos being like, no, you're gonna have to live through this.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Pathos is
Oh, I
amazing.
love it. I
Incredible.
love it.
There was
It
the-
was
what was
That's
it?
good.
There was something you said that was like my favorite thing Hyperion's. It was that. That was my favorite thing Hyperion's done in the entire campaign so far. That was so good.
Oh, it was what? Didn't you say it when he was having the
chess
match
piece,
with,
right?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
a
Oh,
chess
the
piece.
with
chess-
purple?
Yeah, this
no,
game-
That was like
yeah.
the end of the
It was
chess
when you were
match.
like,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
that,
up
that,
on
that,
that
that,
on
that.
Yeah, you know.
yeah.
Yeah.
On that note,
Yeah, that.
here's the game.
Yeah, here's the transcript. Yeah, we knew. We know.
Yeah. I mean,
Second
y'all
time.
know the drill.
Friction
Y'all know the drill
me.
by this point.
I
Me
forgot
and
to-
Natan are not good at chess, so.
So it's both.
Oh,
So
wow.
it's both that moment of the chess thing, and then also the moment where he's like, "No, you have to deal with this." Like that. Those was
Totally.
perfect. Love
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah, so we've now upgraded to
Yeah.
actually using World Chess Championship matches.
Damn.
Mikhail Tal and Mikhail Botvinnik will never see this VOD because they're both dead. But
Oh.
Alas.
this game happened in
I mean, people have
1960.
come-
It's been ages.
Yeah, that is a long
People
time
have come
ago.
back to
I
life.
can't believe
before.
Eden was in the crowd watching.
How do you know that?
That's true.
Flub? Who told you that? You're not supposed to know that.
The Bible.
The Bible.
You're not supposed
Yeet
to know
from-
that.
Oh yeah,
From the Bible.
did Jesus come back to life in this
Yeah.
canon?
Yeah.
Oh, was Jesus an exorcist?
Was
Can I
Jesus an
seriously-
That's
exorcist?
crazy.
ask-
That's a crazy fucking
Just
question.
think about it. Did Moses use vector to split the sea in
Oh my god!
I was going more with tension.
Oh my goodness.
Moses
Yeah,
used
tension
sympathy
is
to
probably
tell
the
sea
right
to
way to do
move.
it, actually.
True, actually.
Did Jesus suffer from sin overflow?
No!
Did you know? No. If Jesus is anybody in
accurate.
this canon, he's Faith. Like the guy who legitimately
Yeah,
has
he
no.
is faith. He
no
could
sin.
not suffer
I
from
can
sin
see that. Yeah.
overflow.
Yeah, I could see that.
Once,
yeah.
Well,
Snake
if you take it
returns,
in the
we'll
sense where
find
he
out.
died for everyone's sins, I guess.
Doesn't
True.
this hat kind of
That's
look
the
like
only
a
way it could
sardine?
happen.
You know, I mean, there is still,
What?
there is
No,
still.
no, what now?
Sardine.
Yeah.
It
It does actually, yeah.
I will
It's
say-
like
Yeah.
that.
Well, there was something
I will say
else.
the entire time during the thing with Hyperion, like his birthday party, Isamu was just raiding Willow's fridge.
Incredible.
I don't really think that's a
Incredible.
problem for Willow. Willow has the backing of like the shadow government giving him getting his
Oh, that's
The
groceries.
Isamu
Shadow
knows.
Wizard money game.
Isamu
Yeah,
knows. He's
fucking
getting everything.
yeah.
Literally.
Grace,
Yeah.
Grace now
Let's
knows
see-
Mia's kill count.
Let's see who it really is, and then it's like ripping back like the giant sign of CAIN on the front. Blackrock.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Listening but can't talk yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so Snake is back.
Mm.
I'm honestly
Perfect.
surprised.
In that
I
case,
thought.
that's
Well,
fine.
yeah, you keep going. Yeah, don't worry about it.
No, we're about to pick up. Say what you were gonna say.
The cutting the cake thing. I honestly thought everywhere else did that.
No,
the
That's
kids.
really
Yes.
interesting. I've never heard.
That's
of
so
that.
funny.
No,
yeah.
I've,
No, that's
never,
different.
I have
Not
never
even
heard
one.
of that in my life.
Someone's
But
gonna
it
watch
is
the
real. You
VOD.
need to believe me. It is real.
Okay.
Someone's
I
gonna watch
believe.
the VOD, and it's gonna be our one Australian viewer, and they're gonna be like, "Oh,
Yes.
no,
Yes. But yeah,
Shout out-
Oh,
and,
oh.
yeah,
Shout out
just
to
a
Aussies.
quick, yeah, just saying, my mum will
Fucking
be
hell.
home with lunch soon, so I will have to leave at some point.
Or,
Okay,
right.
but you will be back.
Well,
Yes.
Okay.
It's just a
No,
quick lunch.
no, 3's gonna die.
Alrighty.
It's gonna be tragic. Sorry.
Oh god.
Okay, let us pick back up.
I might also have to leave a little earlier than usual because I have to wake up earlier than usual. But it should not. We just can't go to like 2 a.m. today.
Yes, that should be fine.
We usually stop before then.
Anyways, let us pick up. Nova, you awake to find yourself in what appears to be some sort of hospital room, with curtains drawn around your bed. The sound of a heart rate monitor and the faint droning of the TV above your bed are the first things that you notice. Along with the pain and general soreness that accompanies from waking up from surgery, you also feel something that you haven't felt in over a decade. You feel hungry. Not for fear or misery, but real, genuine food.
Can he move or look around?
You are extremely weak. You can look around, but you're barely able to move otherwise. You can feel the bandages on your now very scarred skin beneath your hospital gown.
Okay. First, he'll glance and see what's playing on the TV, actually.
Playing on the TV is what seems to be a running marathon of X-Men movies, though the volume is turned down considerably.
Okay. Alright, then he'll look around the rest of the room, see what he sees.
Glancing around, it's hard to tell what else there is due to the curtains that are drawn around your bed. However, one thing that catches your eye is a seat not too far away from you, as well as a figure seated within it. Caitlin seems to be asleep in the chair next to you.
Promptitude.
Boo! Suddenly, directly next to you, on the other side, she appears, spooking you, no longer sitting in the chair that you were looking at. She she grins at you and stands upside down next to you in the air, seemingly enjoying the scare that she gave you. She leans in a bit, seeming to examine you, and says, "Oh, so you do still remember me? Though I thought I told you, it's just Kate."
At her leaning in, he'll look like genuinely terrified. It's kind of like a mix of fear, confusion, and anger. And like the heart rate monitor would probably go crazy if he's hooked up to it. And he'd back away on the bed, and with this fear, he would say, "Get away from me."
She's a little surprised at how visceral the reaction is. She raises an eyebrow, unmoving, not getting any closer, and she says, "Oh?
Am I back at temerity? Is this another illusion? Is this another one of its tricks? Just leave me alone!"
Hey, it's alright. No, you're not a temerity, and no, this isn't a trick." She realizes that she has to go grab someone now that he's up. She disappears from sight, only to reappear with Asher, directly next to her, holding a mug of coffee. He says, "You couldn't have waited," and she just points to you. And he goes, "Oh, you're up already. Okay." He quickly steps out from behind the curtains, and you hear rummaging through a drawer coming from behind it. He returns with a clipboard and pencil. Okay. Your vitals are coming through on the monitor, and, I mean, all things considered, you're doing phenomenal. Heartbeat's not too bad for a dead guy.
Dead? Am I...
Asher shoots Kate a glare. My bad. No, you're not dead. Well, now. You did technically die, though. I mean, medically speaking. Your heart and brain went out a few times. Normally, a little lightning can help bring people back from that, but he snaps his fingers and a small jolt of electricity escapes in between them. Likely a higher application of ardence. It was still pretty touch and go. Seemed like your will to live went out in the end, though.
No. You should have just... Why did you bring me back? Eden's still here, and it needs my body. It's gonna kill so many people. So much blood. So much fucking blood on my hands.
Hey, listen, just breathe.
No.
You're okay.
No. I remember you. That's memories. And the lab. The fucking cage. Fucking exorcists. You're with Temerity. I remember.
Yeah, I was. I mean, I don't think I ever saw you directly, but still, I'm so sorry for whatever they put you through. I can assure you I'm no longer with Temerity. Your memories can probably tell you that.
He thinks for a bit, and that'll start to calm him down, probably. Yeah, you're right. I think, or it's just another lie. It's tricking me again. It's done this. It always does this. It makes me think I'm safer, or that I'm out of it, or it's just a nightmare. And it always enjoyed its talks with you, didn't it? Fucking liar. I can't stand liars.
I'm not, Kate interjects and says, Hey, hold on. If you don't trust him because he was with Temerity, or because the creepy dude liked him for some reason, she looks at Asher. How about me, yeah? Don't look at those memories of yours if it hurts too much, but just look at me. Might be an exorcist, but was I ever a part of Temerity? How did Eden feel about me?
I'll think about that for a bit. No, you weren't from Temerity, and it hated you. You're always watching it, prying into its business, making more trouble for it.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Feeling was mutual, though. From moment one, I could tell the guy was a psycho. But to be totally honest, I was kind of 50-50 on the whole being a sin thing. You said 40-60. You be quiet, favorite chatting buddy of the evil incarnate. Asher just gives a sigh. Ignore the old man for now, though you'll need to talk with him later once I've proven we're not evil, alright? He's technically more qualified for this than I am. She teleports the clipboard out of Asher's hands and it plops into her own. But for now, I'll just need to get you to answer a few questions for us, alright? Trying to square away some things and gotta do a real light mental evaluation on you. Standard CAIN stuff, nothing in depth. Yet.
He will grab the blanket on the bed and just kind of pull it into himself. He's totally despondent at this point, just looking down at the bed. But he responds. Okay.
Okay, great. Now, Ash, you're gonna have to leave the room. The adults are talking. Whatever, just port me back. I got some more stuff to put together anyways. Exercise is good for the elderly, though. You can walk back down the hall to continue planning our little plots and schemes. I'm not even 30, man. He steps out of the curtain and the sound of the door seems to signal that he is left. Alrighty, you ready? We can treat it like a game of 20 questions to, make it feel a bit less like an interrogation. Though it's less fun since these are all like, weird-ass questions and not the fun kind of weird.
I'll just nod. He's still in shock and processing way too much, not just his current situation, but everything. And, yeah, he'll answer anything she has to say.
Okay. So, question 1. How did you first manifest your powers?
I don't have powers.
You don't?
Is that the second question?
No, just humor me for a second. How far back do you remember?
I don't know. All my powers came from it. They weren't mine. When I think about it, when I reach too far back, it just...
Hey. She sends out a hand to try and touch your shoulder to calm you down.
immediately he would freak out at that and try to, it very weakly, but he'll try to slap it away. Get back.
She slowly draws the hand back and says, okay, okay. Let's move on to your question, all right? My fault. I won't touch you again, unless I gotta. I'm sure you remember I have a habit of being up in people's bubbles, and that one's on me.
You'll calm down a bit, relax back in bed.
Kate hears a voice enter her head of Alejandro, and she hears, "You're being awfully gentle with him. I'm not used to seeing that, it almost looks like you're trying to accommodate for him." Kate responds in her head and says, "I thought we talked about you spying on me whenever I'm not also spying on you." Since possession is rough, I can't imagine what it was like for you, for him, for 8... Bleh, I can speak. I can't imagine what it was like for him for 11 years. And all that coming after a previous decade of Temerity's torture. I can have a heart, you know. You make me sound like an asshole. Alejandro gives a bit of thought to what she said about the possession bit. He remembers something about her and instead follows up on the last bit, rather than that part, and says, "Well, you know, you kind of can be. Yeah, but like a multifaceted and hilarious asshole. Now leave me alone."
Where am I? My question. Where am I?
Ah, right. Well, currently you're with the untouchable Caitlin Flynn and her entourage, but I guess, like, people call us VG6 sometimes, whatever. We're held up in, kind of a secretive place. We'll call it a palace for now. You can think of it like a amped up version of a typical palace. Everything here is physical, and the time dilation is crazy. I'm talking like days or weeks, thing outside of here. It's not exactly like that, but you get the gist. We've been shacked up here staying out of King's View and doing a little bit of planning and training. There's some really big stuff going down soon, and there are people who've been planning it have had months to stir the pot and cook up plans. Here, inside the palace, we'll get the equivalent of about a year or so before the barrier goes down and the palace has to recharge again. Sadly, it takes a while to get back up, so we probably won't be able to use it again for another few years. Luckily, you just happened to die while we were already here. Gave us a nice place to hide you. Kendall's not too fond of losing his pets, and he was even less fond of other people taking them from him.
Pets.
Yeah, sorry, you know what I mean. Alright, my turn again. She stops for a moment and thinks before teleporting the clipboard out to somewhere. You know what, let's, put away the clinical questions for now, yeah? There's some more pressing stuff to tackle. First, though, I gotta ask, how are you feeling? I've seen what possession does to people. Even if they survive, sometimes it's maybe worse if you live. From what I've heard.
I wouldn't even know where to begin. It used me, tortured me. I had to watch everything it did and remember everything it's done. It's killed so many fucking people. God, it felt like it was me too, like all of it, like its hands were my hands, its thoughts are my thoughts, its feelings were my feelings. And it kept me in the attic while it used me like a fucking meat puppet. 11 years. 11 fucking years. God.
She hesitantly takes a step towards you to try to get your focus away from your thoughts.
He would notice that. He'd jerk up kind of like a startled cat, but it would pull him out of what he's going through for right now, just for a sec.
Hey, stay with me here, alright? I can't imagine how horrible it was. It's probably torture just thinking about it. But you're a vital piece of the puzzle we're trying to solve right now. And I'm gonna need you to dip into that just a tiny bit. I'll try and snap you back out, though, if it gets to be too much, okay?
Okay.
Alright. It's, your question again.
Well, why'd you save me? I mean, shouldn't you have just let me... Just left me there? I mean, if I died and it reincarnates into the future, there'd be at least a 5-year gap. You'd have to prepare for it again. Why not just,
Let you die? Not really my style. Besides, there's a pretty good chance that whatever inside you wasn't looking to try again for another reincarnation cycle. When you were going out, there was a crazy amount of this black grace just seeping out of you. I think it was trying to get out. You seemed less like another vessel for it and more like a seal. From what we can gather from the limited info I could yoink from Kendall, it was using the idiosyncrasy that is your body to gain power. You're some kind of perfect vessel for it, but you also have the ability to seal it. I think it just grew tired of waiting and tried to break out. Good shot that if you die, it'll probably get free. For the first time in 11 years, you realize that, aside from the trauma and horrible memories, there's nothing else of it inside your head. It's gone now. The voices have stopped. However, you also notice something that wasn't there before. Something that no one else seems to have noticed. Floating above you is a doorway. One with several locks placed upon it, and a series of black chains that extend and wrap themselves down around you. It hasn't left you. Not fully, anyways. But this time, you're the one keeping it sealed away, not vice versa. And, for the first time, the chains are around you, not in you. And for now, at least, it has no control over you, and it is not in your head.
It's still here with me, but not up here anymore. He kind of weakly points to his head. It's quiet for once.
Yeah, that's about what we figured. Turns out, not letting innocent people die has its benefits.
Innocent? Oh.
I know it's hard. Maybe impossible not to blame yourself for the things that he did. But you really shouldn't. No matter what it felt like, no matter what he did, that was not you. We don't know exactly what CAIN's plans are for him yet, or why they even started the Eden Project in the first place. We don't know if they bound the thing or made a deal with it, and we're not fully sure who's involved. Our best lead right now is Kendall Adamsphere, and well, he's a cunt. So I won't feel bad if the day comes where I'm dangling him by the neck over the side of a bridge for some info.
Yeah, I actually kind of laugh at that. No, that's an image.
Right? Like I was saying, though, try not to beat yourself up about the not dying bit. Seems like you being alive and well is what's keeping him contained.
He's just quiet when he thinks about that.
Okay, well, back to my turn. This one's pretty important, and if you'd humor me just one more time, it's, kind of a two-parter.
Go ahead. I got time. Not going anywhere.
Yeah. Well, what exactly is Eden? From the info we've gathered and some assumptions that we can make with just how much information has been erased, he's clearly powerful. We're guessing he's a primeval, but we're not exactly 100% sure which one. If you can narrow it down for us and give us any info that you can remember, that'd go a pretty long way. The primevals are all way different, and knowing which one you're dealing with is kind of important. It doesn't all have to be right now, but figured this was a good place to start. And the second question after that is, what does he want with your cadre?
Well, your assumptions are right. It is a primeval son. It only takes the name Eden when it's taken a host body, and it reincarnates on a very specific timeline. Every time it's been defeated, it's just giving up. It scatters its energy and just reforms later. It just gets tired. It holds a vast amount of the psychic sea within itself, a maddening amount of the psychic sea within itself. It normally can't keep its body stable with how much energy it holds, so it splits itself into the three major sin types. The first one, the weakest one, the original one. The other two, they called it ignorance. It's bound to the body like any other bound sin, I guess. It takes on some of the human's qualities. It tries to emulate them. It's the only one I would have considered kind, I guess. It tried to shield me from the worst of the other two's torture, at the very least. The other two types have control over it, keep it from speaking out about what they are. He's the one with the power CAIN called the Graveyard. It's a storage room where all knowledge of a blasphemy goes once its user has died. Blasphemies are just the knowledge of how to use one's sin seed to interact with the psychic sea, and beyond that, it can also mimic those which it's seen before. Ignorance only ever saw the most powerful ones, but there's so many. The second one, the one that has control over the body, it puppeted me like a piece of meat. He's starting to lose his focus thinking about purple.
Kate will just lean forward a little bit, nothing much, just enough to try to pull you back out. Hey, look at me. Don't focus on the memories too much for now, just focus on me, yeah? We're talking, and you're in control. You're safe.
Yeah, okay. Its name, the second one, is Consumption, Ouroboros, the self-devouring serpent. It seeks to use and abuse everyone around it like it itself once was. The person who created and bound it, they made him the way it made it the way that it is. They didn't exactly mean to create it, though. It's a long story. It hurts to think about. You mind if I come back to this later?
Yeah, of course. And what's the last guy up there?
It's the result of every wrong humanity ever committed. That feeling in the pit of your stomach anytime you're scared. When your brother raises a rock to your skull, it all just hurts and you don't know why everything's going black. And you don't know what comes after. He's nothing. Nihil, the void, absolute zero. The other two, they called him Draconim. He wants nothing more than to eradicate all life on Earth, harboring the hatred his creator, the father of fear, once felt. When all their powers brought together, they return to their full strength. It has many names. The root of the palace and edit blasphemies, the fear of Abel, the father of all Lord's sins, Lord of the unknown and the forbidden, but it's just that old dragon of the dark star, the original sin, the serpent.
I called it! Asher he owes me so much goddamn script. No, it has to be the beast. Okay, old man.
You know of it?
Vaguely, as of now. Just got an incomplete list of names and some old stories when it comes to the primevals. Been doing some digging around Cairo and the Levant regions and found some pretty interesting stuff. I knew the virtue designation had to be hiding something. All the records on Wonder were too perfect.
Guess you guys aren't virtues for nothing. You figured out quite a bit with limited information, it seems. Yeah, wonder was a designation they gave specifically to ignorance. The other two altered its memories to make it think they were the slain virtues of hope and justice that had returned to the graveyard. Castle and authority did everything they could to keep the truth of the matter from him. It.
Damn, you've been lying to each other up there? I feel like that would get especially complicated if you ever ended up running to justice and hope, but fortunately that's not gonna happen. That's kind of one hell of a messy relationship.
Yeah. They all despised one another. Or mostly. It's complicated.
No doubt. And, as for the second part of my slightly cheating question, what did he want with the cadre?
Right. The exceptions. It had plans for all of them, each different part, and none of them were good. At least, those that were in ignorances, I guess. It just outright wanted Will dead. Both of them. And Isamu, they wanted him to live in this permanent, powerless hellscape, like some kind of purgatory. It wanted to use and then murder Jake. It wanted to use or murder Hyperion and Grace. And Mia. God. Mia. It's obsessed with her. All facets of it. Or I mean, like, some parts of it, there's this genuine love, but mostly it's just this horrific obsession. It talks so much about how it wants a perfect world, but I felt it. A perfect world is just one where it has her forever, and nothing ever changes that. I have to help them, all of them. He'll try and move to get out, but he almost certainly doesn't have the strength to. But he's basically collapsing over himself.
Yeah, hey, stay still. You are not saving anyone if you hurt yourself right now.
I have to board them. It already has its fangs into Isamu and Hyperion. It has some weird connection with Grace that I never got to fully see. And it's not gonna stop till it has everything it wants. Jake, his eyes.
Kate will send out a hand and gently push you back down.
He shudders at that like it might kill him. Stop.
She pulls away and says, I'm not apologizing for that one. I mean, okay, like half apologizing. I wasn't gonna let you fall out of bed, but listen, now is not the right time. Since you've been out, they've amped up surveillance heavy on your cadre. No telling what'll happen or who will hear if we try to talk to them while they're there. And I can't just snatch them up anymore. I mean, I could, but it'll give the game up. Right now, CAIN does not know that we are working against them. If I started porting cadre members out of yours now, they might start pulling out whatever contingencies or leverage they have on them. We want to keep things low-key right now. And plus, you're in no condition to tell them yourself, which would probably be for the best. I promise, though, there will be a time. Right now, though, you gotta rest up. It sounds like Eden's gonna be y'all's big bad evil guy, or at least one of them, and he knows everything about your guys, so you're really gonna want to chill for a bit. You might not get another chance to for a while.
I have to do something. I can't. I won't give up. It's not just Eden. It's just a symptom of the bigger problem. It's one of the worst abusers in history, sure, but at one point it was a victim. People caused this shit. So people gotta fix it. It's humanity, it's CAIN, all of it. It's not for secret organizations or kings or gods to determine. People have to make their own choices. People have to be their own heroes. And I'll be damned if I give up now just because I lost my powers. I'll help fix CAIN. I'll help humanity. All of it. I'll find a way to keep fighting.
There is a gleam in her eye, behind her sunglasses. Her expression is hard to read as she looks at you and says, "Wow, now that's something. Big talk coming from a guy with no grace in him at all, lying messed up in a hospital bed. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but you know you sound crazy, right? You can't even handle a touch. You want to fight CAIN and the original sin?"
He'll sit up, look at her with nothing but absolute determination. You're goddamn right I do. Powers or not, I'll find a way.
She still looks at you, that difficult-to-read expression, and that gleam in her eyes. And then a smirk grows on her face. You passed her test. All right, okay. I see. Well, in that case, we're gonna need to get you training as soon as you're fully healed up. And, I wouldn't worry too much about your powers. You are completely graceless now and might not technically be an exorcist anymore, but even if you are just human, something tells me you'll be alright.
It's kind of confused when she says that. The situation seems pretty dire, but he's thinking, what are you? Promptitude.
It's still just Kate.
My turn. He sits up as best he can fully, and he'd unlocked my memories away from me, but now I can start remembering them again. Just who am I?
The grin on her face spreads across the entirety of it, and she says, "Finally." A fun question. And we pull back. Let me see here real quick. Okay. Oh, yes, there we go. We find ourselves in a familiar place, Hyperion. You find yourself sitting yet again in your palace, playing yet another game of chess with Purple, as you often have taken to doing recently. And you are pondering your next move.
Well, actually, I wanted to do a quick thing before we started the game.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Which is ask a question that I've been sitting on since Kit told us of this thing's name. Who is the ferryman?
You're asking
Ouroboros.
That question to Ouroboros.
Yes.
Okay. Let me see here. Text pops up on the screen, not accompanied by a voice as it usually is, and in a font you have only seen once before, asking a palace. The text says, "Why so curious?"
He's gonna leave that there.
Okay.
He's gonna be he'll just leave that on the screen. He'll get back to that. He's got a chess game to play. Yeah. Hyperion is playing, or Zelos is playing the black pieces, so it is Purple's move.
It is indeed. You feel Purple scanning over the board as he says, or as he opens with Pawn C4.
Oh. Copying me, are you? Knight F6.
Knight F3.
Pawn G6. Did the ferryman mean anything more to you when Kit first told us of them than it did to me?
Pawn G3. No, I am as equally in the dark about this ferryman as you are.
Bishop G7.
It is one of the few things that still eats at me. Bishop G2.
Castle. Information regarding Kit was also erased when I last checked.
On D4.
Pawn D6. Though, interestingly, the subject matter of Kit was mentioned separately in the list of topics that had been erased from the Gestalt from other groups, like Authority.
Knight C3.
B Knight to D7. This indicates to me that Kit and this ferryman are a separate faction of some kind, but there may be some crosstalk between the ferryman and our mystery CAIN entity.
Yes, I would say that is a reasonable deduction. Castle. Certainly something to keep an eye on. Anything involving that mischievous fox I am extremely wary about.
Agreed. Pawn E5.
No exchange just yet. Pawn E4.
Who said I was going for an exchange? Pawn C6.
Oh, I see. Pawn H3.
Queen B6. Related to this, Eden had brought up an idea when speaking to Kit about powerful sins being tied to specific worldly concepts. He phrased it vaguely, but I was able to extract a relevant name for the concept using Ouroboros.
Purple does not seem to specifically notice or take heed of what you are saying. He continues to survey over the board and says, Pawn D5.
Pawn takes D5. And he looks at Purple. He squints a little bit. Primeval sins. What do you know about them?
You feel hesitation as you begin to step into a very important part of Purple's plan. He responds, a decent amount. C-pawn takes a D5. The most important thing of note is that under no circumstances should any of them be unsealed until the time is at hand for our kingdom.
Zealous is taken a bit back by this. The idea that whatever these are is part of whatever Purple is planning. And Hyperion is a little bit enticed by that, because if the sins are part of this plan, well, he's a binder of sins, isn't he? So he just listens intently to what Purple says next. Knight C5.
Knight E1. Should any be unsealed without purpose, well, the other one within me will get what he wants.
So indeed they weren't defeated, only sealed. I had a suspicion as such based on previous queries. Bishop D7.
Knight D3. You feel Purple is extremely intent on the game, taking an unusual amount of focus.
Knight takes D3.
Queen takes D3.
F rook to C8.
Rook B1.
Knight H5. You should know, if you don't already, that under heaven's machinations appear to involve these primeval sins too.
Yes. And that is also something that troubles me deeply. Bishop E3.
Queen B4.
Whatever they have planned most likely directly interferes with our vision of empire. Queen E2.
Something that has become increasingly clear to me, yes. Rook C4. I will admit, I had at a certain point entertained the idea of one day defecting to join their ranks.
Did you now? F rook to C1. What made you change your mind?
That would imply I had to change my mind. A rook to c8. No, I simply evaluated my options further and determined it was not a worthwhile course of action. The risks that it would have incurred far outweighed any potential rewards.
King H2. You're a far more careful planner than I had given you credit for at first, Zelos.
Well, Rome was not built in a day, as they say. Pawn f5.
Pawn takes f5.
Bishop takes f5. Do you know where the primeval sins have been sealed? Given how frequently Underheaven seems to be involved in our missions, I don't wish to be surprised with a sudden reveal that they're up to something of that nature mid-hunt.
That is information that CAIN, understandably, keeps under the tightest security. Unfortunately, I only know where Leviathan is sealed. That is all.
Did he move? I don't think he...
Oh, yes, he moves rook to a1.
Well, better than none. And Hyperion takes a look at the board, and he is thinking some moves ahead, and he spots an idea, and a smile creeps up onto his face as he plays knight f4.
You feel a heavy amount of hesitation, almost a hint of confusion from Purple as he says, "That is a full sacrifice of your knight, Zelos."
It is indeed.
You play nothing like Atomsphere. Pawn takes f4.
I wouldn't have outgrown him if I matched his playstyle. Pawn takes f4. Do you have an idea of how many primeval sins there are in total?
There are 6. Each is responsible for the origin of 2 blasphemies. Bishop d2.
Hyperion is taken aback by that severely. How fascinating. Wait, does that mean that these primevals exercise some amount of control over the function of these blasphemies? Queen takes b2.
You feel Purple grimace, almost slightly. They could. Although to what extent I am unsure. Rook b1.
And as he plays that move, Hyperion smiles even wider. Zelos smiles even wider as Purple is taking the bait that Zelos set up as he plays pawn f3, offering a queen trade, but if Purple rejects it, he's going to lose a rook. I feel I must ask, is the bind blasphemy responsible for primevals having been sealed, or was it achieved through other means?
No, it was other, more archaic means. Grace users before blasphemies, though I am not inclined to the specifics. He sits and ponders the board for a while before he accepts the queen trade. Rook takes b2.
And with that, Hyperion, Zelos, I keep making the mistake. Zelos breaks out into a full devious smile. Intriguing. I suppose that does make sense. If, by what you say, the bind blasphemy originated from a primeval sin, it probably couldn't have then been used to seal it. Pawn takes e2. So, which one did bind originate from?
Purple scans the board and realizes the severity of their error. Their moves are now heavily constricted with their own pieces, while you seem to have all of the freedom in the world. He takes a while before spitting out one word. Goliath.
Oh, fascinating indeed.
You go throughout the course of the rest of the game. It goes on for about another 20 moves or so. However, the damage has already severely been done, and Purple, eventually, admits defeat and resigns. Are there any other questions you would like to ask to Ouroboros?
Well, yeah, we have to
Before we
we
move
have to follow through on why so curious. Still
sure.
sitting there. I guess you're just making them wait.
Yeah.
He looks back up to the screen and he says, "I am a seeker of knowledge."
And there's a response that says, "And you say you don't lie."
I do not.
Well, first and foremost, you are not a seeker of knowledge, you are a tyrant emperor.
Knowledge is power. One and the same.
Amusing.
Is it
It just
going to say
responded
anything
with the
more?
word amusing.
Oh, amusing. Do you seek to test me in some way? Or have you already?
In a sense. In a sense, yes. I've been testing you for a while, I would say.
On what grounds and what is the verdict?
The grounds are complicated and ever-changing, but you are passing in some areas and failing in others.
Interesting. If you would tell me, I would like to know what exactly you're up to. Why, if you are indeed the ferryman, why you've sent Kit to deal with our cadre.
It's the most convenient way to keep an eye on you.
To what end?
There's a bit of a moment before the response shows up and says, "As you have your secrets, I have mine. You will learn in due time, as will I to yours."
Very well. Last thing. Is that your name, the ferryman, or do you go by something else?
That is what you can call me for now.
Very well. Until we meet again, I suppose.
Alrighty.
That's it for me.
Okay, absolutely. Okay. Shifting back over to Mr. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Alrighty. So, for you, Nova, about a month now has passed in the time of this world. During your time in the hospital, a doctor, who would have introduced himself as the physician to you, would come in to check on you, ensuring that you were still able to function as you recovered. During the first 2 days, you were able to move around a bit and be able to pick things up. After 4, you could walk without crutches and could properly start physical therapy. And after a week, you notice from both your own observations as well as from comments made by those overseeing you that you are healing extremely rapidly, which may make sense now because of what you know yourself to be. You've also been able to explore more around the area you're in, and you realize that it is far more than just a small little infirmary room. It's a massive mansion, far more homely than Eden's was. The whole thing is perched atop a snowy white mountaintop, overlooking a frozen tundra. At the center of the tundra lies a massive frozen lake, which perfectly reflects the wondrous tapestry of stars born of the eternal night that blankets this land. And occasionally, over the lake, a massive eye will appear that looks almost angelic, and it is never reflected by the pool below. You've gotten to meet and know the members of VG6 at this point, many of whom seem to be resting here before heading back out on missions. The only two who stayed here for extended periods of time were Allie and Kate, likely due to their abilities to act outside of their own bodies. If you ask Kate specifically, she'd have told you that she was technically taking her vacation days here and that she wanted to get them in before their next big mission. Your appearance has also changed quite considerably. The atrophy the possession had caused you has now fully come undone over the past month, and your height has increased. You now stand around at around 6'6". You've yet to gain much muscle mass, but you also haven't lost any yet. Your hair and eyes have also returned to their true color. Your hair is no longer black or white, but instead it's naturally vibrant red, though a streak of silver still remains from Mia's smothering. Your eyes do not glisten in any of the Sin's 3 colors, but instead your true emerald green. When Eden tried to leave your body, he literally burst out of you, leaving your arms and torso littered with scars where the grace had torn through from the inside. Your chest has a massive gash as well, likely from whatever operation saved you. Your tongue, while no longer encased in sin, has a jagged mark running down the middle length of it while the flesh has turned silver. Another scar from Eden's attempted exit. What would you be doing?
Currently, he'd likely be working out, trying to keep his body in shape with no powers. He's gonna need every last bit of physical strength he can get, so he's just doing some push-ups probably.
Of course, you'd probably have been given a guest room by now and officially moved out of the infirmary, so you'd have the space. There's a gym area as well inside the palace. Kate also would have brought you a lot of movies, comics, and books to watch and read. A little number called Mistborn as well. Primarily, fantasy. Primarily in the fantasy and superhero media, with mostly happy endings. Apparently, that was her favorite genre. She suddenly appears floating upside down above you while you work out, a single hand appearing to poke you in the back. Hey, big guy, working hard.
The touch would still startle him at this point, even a month in, but it is nowhere near as bad as it was before. He'll stand up from his push-ups, and if she's floating upside down, he's probably tall enough to still meet her at eye level. And he'll say, "Yeah, well, I'm trying to. Crazy how much better I'm feeling. Almost hard to tell I died last month."
For real. Never seen someone die and get taller. I mean, except like sin stuff, I guess.
Yeah, I think I've had enough sin stuff in my body for the rest of my life.
She raises an eyebrow at your tentative use of the word stuff and says, "Still not cursing anymore?
Trying. Probably failing. I don't think Mama would approve.
I think your dad might disagree, though. So, should I take this to mean you're officially a committed mama's boy?
Okay, I mean, something like that. My memories from before Eden are still coming back a little slow. Still, I remember her better than most things. Other than maybe my sister. Dad's still a bit fuzzy, other than thinking he was like the coolest thing ever, I guess. He's trailing off. He looks a bit sad as he's thinking about it.
No. Do not start doing the sad puppy stuff.
That'll perk him up. Her being blunt sort of brings him out of the spiral. yeah, but like it's kinda cute, right?
Nope. She teleports, standing next to you sideways.
Oh, you would be so screwed if I had my lie detector still. I gotta have perseverance on standby for you, I swear.
Yeah, but you don't. Plus, I always tell the truth when I wanna, which is like, almost always.
Almost.
Shush.
We still doing movie night with everybody, by the way? I gotta see Keel's reaction to white chicks. Actually, we say Courage there. I gotta see Courage's reaction to white chicks. It'll be so funny.
Sadly, I think everyone else is busy tonight, and you will be too, most likely.
Oh?
Well, you're officially fully recovered now, so we're gonna start to seriously amp up your training. technically we all agreed to take turns with it, and when we had nothing else to do, but now most of us are either on missions or planning for the solstice. I got my clones out and about handling my business in the real world while I stay here to relax for once. I mean, they're still me, but like, you know. And I'm having to help Ash plan, of course, but the main person training you will be Keel. They think planning is boring, and I quote, want to play catch with you using boulders and tree trunks.
Oh.
She will lead you outside to the balcony overseeing the mountain below. A little away, you can see Arya and Allie are currently working on something together, and Keel is stretching, facing away from you. They, still facing away, move their hand, and nearby a bottle of whiskey that was sitting on a table flies into their hand. The top pops off without them even moving, and they take a swig right before they say, You ever been thrown down a mountain in Mach 5 before?
That's an exaggeration, right?
I've never exaggerated once in my life.
He'll turn to Kate, say, "This is gonna be an all-day thing, isn't it?"
Oh yeah.
Oh God, it's cold out here. Hey, if I make it back before nighttime, we still up for movie night?
I told you, everyone's busy.
I mean, like, just us. And maybe I'll put on something a little less ridiculous than like White Chicks. Maybe something a little more, I don't know, serious. Thinking the Titanic. Even the freaking despised romance movies. So it'd be nice to see it with a clear view. My room, though. I imagine Ash will need the quiet in that part of the house, so living room's off the table. And I don't think I can sit on your upside down furniture.
She's just staring at you, dumbfounded at the bluntness of what you're essentially asking. She says, the Titanic. Just us, alone, are... You for real?
He looks at her with nothing but like an honest and enthusiastic face. It's clearly lost on him, at least partially. Yeah, I mean, you've been showing me all of this like other hero stuff, and I've been loving getting a fresh perspective on it. Like, you got me feeling better than ever. So I think this one might be good for me too.
She just stares at you for a second and then looks away towards the mountain and says, I mean, yeah, like, if it's for you to like, feel better, that'd be cool, or whatever, I guess. Yeah. Keel pipes up and says, all right, finish my booze. The entire whiskey body, bleh, I can speak. The entire whiskey bottle is empty now. Time for training, you little shit. They turn around and wave their hands, and with an immense amount of psychic force, it threatens to pull you in at hypersonic speeds. Or it would, if you were ever affected by grace. Nothing happens. You stay right where you are. Oh, right, forgot. They fly up back behind you and slam their shoulder into yours, sending you flying off the balcony. As you're falling, you hear them yell, you gotta make it back up, and I will be flinging boulders at you the whole time. Actually, scratch that. You are going to have to lift boulders.
As he's falling, he'll yell, and it's like trailing off, and he says, bring it on, courage! I'll be back for movie night prom!
It's just Kate! Okay. He's gonna be alright, right? You know I can't just teleport him back up here anymore, right? Man, I mean, with his body, he'll be aight, and, if he's not, he's a waste of time anyway. Right. Are you actually worried about him? Nah, not really. Arya calls out from the back and says, she's lying. And Kate sends over a hand to lightly cover Arya's mouth. And she says, you be quiet. You're supposed to be my twin. And as you tumble down the misty mountain, eventually stopping at what must be miles down now at this point, you realize that this is going to be a long climb. And we pull away from that scene for now. Is there anything any of you want to get to here real quick? Anything that anyone had?
Well, Hyperion had a thing with Jake. I don't know if there was anything else.
Right. Okay. Let's hop to that in that case.
I'm getting so many scenes. Holy shit.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Right. Someone take notes. Both Polaris and I are gonna be.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'll try.
Oh yeah. Whoops.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Okay, so yes, Hyperion is intent on going to meet Jake, and so you find yourself at the opposite side of his door.
Right. A little bit before that, sorry. Hyperion was in his room, actually. Not really doing much of anything. Until suddenly, there is a immense, like essentially psychic like attack on Zelos from Misos. That Zelos is just barely able to fend off. What was that for? And Misos responds,
I will be taking this vessel. Just for a moment.
like hell you will. But Misos sends another attack and says,
You are not in a position to defy me, Zelos. Worm.
and Misos does succeed. There's a final jerk of the body, and Misos is in control. And Misos heads to Jake's room.
Oh boy. Okay.
About what time would you say he'd be heading over?
Yeah.
Probably like midday or whatever passes for midday in the black site.
Midday? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't tell me he's midday drinking.
No! No!
Oh boy.
No.
Yeah, so you at around midday, you would hear a knock on your door.
There is not an answer for like a hot minute. You'd have to knock again.
Okay. Showing remarkable patience, Misos waits and then knocks again.
Hold on, wait a second. Hear flailing, a thud, a couple seconds of waiting before stumbling towards the door, and Jake opens it and he's in his pajamas.
Okay.
What's up?
Hyperion would be standing in front of you, and in an expression that you have never seen on Hyperion's face before. It's a smile, but it's a warm smile.
Oh. Hey.
Hello, Jake.
Hi. What's up?
May I come in?
Yeah, looks back at the mess. Yeah. Sit at my desk, yeah. And Jake's gonna, like, kick a mess under his bed again.
Mm-hmm.
Sit down!
Hyperion doesn't seem to pay it any mind. He seems to he has an air of pleasantness that you have never seen from Hyperion ever before. As he sits down and regards you with still a warm expression, not really smiling, but...
So, you seem like you're in a good mood.
I am, yes, because...
That's good.
I wanted to talk to you about your high blasphemy.
Oh, yeah, I forgot I had that. Go ahead, I guess.
Well, I mean, I would want you to start, actually. I was referred to as High Blasphemy Prophet, I believe, by Eden. I was just wondering if you knew more about what's going on with that.
Well, he sits down in his bed, thinks for a second. Yeah, no, I don't actually know much about it. I mean, I know how to use it. It's like instinctual and stuff, but I don't know what's going on over there. You know. Sorry, I don't know much.
No,
Sorry.
that's all right. I'm sure you'll learn more about your powers the more you grow. I just wanted to stop by and say that I think whatever power that you are holding, it might be the key, you know.
Key. Because you wanted me to help you with the thing, the thing.
Yes, exactly. With going back, I would like to go back, you see.
I'm more than willing to help you, bud. I'm sorry I called you bud.
Oh, that's all right.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay. Are you okay or something?
I'm quite well. Feeling better. Knowing that you will indeed still help me with my return home.
Yeah, of course. This, totally sucks that you're here. Sorry, I'm just not used to you being like this. Are you sure you're okay?
As I said, I am doing well.
Okay.
So.
I'm glad you're doing well.
So we are in agreement then? You'll help me with returning to my home once you grow significantly in power?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Great.
That's all I wanted to speak to you about.
That's it?
Yeah.
You couldn't text me or anything?
I wanted to see you in person.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Hyperion gets up from where he sat.
Okay.
And he starts heading back towards your door to leave.
Okay.
And he turns back to look at you, and he says, "Oh, and one more thing. This is probably going to sound a little weird to you, but be wary about the words that come out of my mouth, if you will."
Okay, I think I'm already wary.
Fair enough, but just be careful.
Okay.
I might not. Yes, I might not always be of the same mind. You see. And Hyperion opens your door and begins to close it, and he still is regarding you with a warm expression that for just a fraction of a moment you see switches to greed as he closes the door.
You know what? I'm not even gonna question that. I'm gonna go to bed. And he pulls out a little bottle, just enough to make him sleepy, and he goes to bed.
Oh my god! Okay.
I see. At 1 p.m.
Yeah.
He's not doing anything else. He's gonna go to sleep.
It's true.
Oh my god. Okay, so Hyperion walks all the way back to his room, sits back in the chair that Hyperion was sitting in before, in the same expression, and in the same location, same everything, and then relinquishes control back to Zelos. And Zelos, what did you do? Where did you go? But Misos says nothing.
All right.
Damn it.
that all?
Yeah, that's all.
Wonderful. Okay, we move away. The weeks continuing to pass as we are about into July at this point. Willow is doing his best to follow up on the request that Isamu had given him some time ago at this point. Digging through old files of Isamu and everything that he should know about him. And just trying to go through everything specific. It appears though he's hit mostly a dead end at this point, and he sighs and almost begrudgingly says, "Okay, fine. Horace, can you lend me a hand?" And the air shimmers in front of him, and a folder plops down onto the desk in front of him. He reaches up his arm into the air almost for a fist bump, and then puts it back down, and begins to flip through. It is Horus, Polaris. Yes, spelled Horus. And he begins to flip through the folder in front of him, and he finds a report from a few years ago about one Isamu Yamamoto, deceased via exsanguination. His eyes widen at this, as in no official report that he found was it stated that Isamu had ever died. He begins to flip through more and more, going through the medical report, and there is a thorough, genuine autopsy of one Isamu Yamamoto. And he sits back, contemplating this. And he says, "What the hell is that supposed to mean? How is he up and around if he should be dead years ago?" He continues to search into it a little bit more, and his eyes widen as he finds a particular bit of information. Immediately cutting to pretty much about the day later, Isamu. Recently, over the past few weeks or so, you have been physically feeling odd. With this affection of feeling this almost mirror emotions from the sins that you come across. It's beginning to get to you somehow. You notice that your skin is more cold than it usually is. You find yourself breathing a bit less often. Things are a little bit harder to focus on. You find yourself in Willow's office, or in the Woad, speaking to him. He clenches his jaw, looking down at a folder next to him, and says, I think I found what you wanted."
Are you gonna keep being vague, or are you just gonna tell me?
I'll cut to it now. You're dead. You've been dead for a few years at this point. You are, to put it bluntly, a walking corpse. Pretty much infused with just grace.
What? What are you talking about?
He flips through the folder and opens the autopsy report and slides it over to you and says, "You died shortly before CAIN found you."
Are you sure that's not some, like, CAIN Records thing? I know they've made V quote unquote dead.
No, the way I found this information is foolproof.
That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. You're unaware of any of this?
I mean, I got stabbed in the neck, but I got right back up. I didn't die.
That's extremely weird. The only hypothesis that I can even begin to come up with is something like that is the moment that you died, that was when your sin seed manifested. And maybe through some pure chance of luck, simply an immense amount of grace flowed back into you in replace of where once was you. That's the only thing that I can manage a theory on at this point.
But why?
That's what I don't know. And I think it has some connections potentially to Under Heaven. I don't know if you know at this point, but
My grandpa?
yes.
Yeah.
Sanju Yamamoto is a part of their organization. I have reason to believe that he's one of the founding members.
Founding members, that's... What the fuck are... What?
Yeah. I am gonna try and theorize on it a little bit more, but...
I don't feel dead. It's like... I think my heart's still beating.
It might be not necessarily beating because of bodily function, but out of some... just the grace attempting to keep you alive. Or at least as alive as you can be.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I don't know how to feel about this.
That's entirely fair. You take time to process that and figure out what that means to you. And I'll talk about it with you if you want someone to.
I mean, it doesn't really change anything because I've been dead. It's more the mystery of why. It's not like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think grace is just like air or like natural gas where it just follows the path of least resistance. It's just something more to it. It doesn't make any sense that it just happened.
Yeah. It might have something to do with your grandfather.
Maybe. I mean, there's also... Hold on. Don't freak out. He's gonna try to physically manifest Yamata and get his opinion.
You are able to, a little bit, not fully the snake form that you have manifested before, but at least the head just floats up next to you and says, "Yes, Isamu." And Willow just gives an interesting look.
Hey, what was the date on that you were talking about, Willow?
When you died, it was, he's been with CAIN for 3 years now, right? 3 or 4 years?
Yes, 3 years.
3 years, okay, yeah. He says, it was, 3 years ago, in October.
I will say there's probably a year between his blasphemy and, his blasphemy awakening and him getting picked up by CAIN.
Okay, then in that case, this would have
4
been
years.
4 years ago, yes.
So, yeah. Any idea around there? Like, memories or...
I'm surprised that you have focused in on it. You did not think that you would ever be so keen as to find it. But I don't know specifics. But all I know is that your grandfather was very proud of you.
That's Nate muted. I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, what story beat is coming that makes him fucking get cut off? Go ahead. Or is that all? Is that all there is
that
to
was
say?
that was what he finished.
And then, in more of a mind link kind of deal,
Yeah.
there's some more stuff I want to ask you after this, if you wouldn't mind me prying in here. I don't even know what to call it. Brain? You don't have a brain. You're energy. Whatever. Fucking just dissipate.
I'll tell you what I know.
And he vanishes.
All right. Oh my god, why is everything in this fucking organization so cryptic?
Trust me, I feel the same way.
Yeah, at least you have fucking PhD and some shit. I'm piggybacking off of a 6th grade education.
Yeah, you got it pretty rough.
Oh, trust me, I know. I was there.
I know you don't need me to point it out.
Mm. Seriously, though, this shit was... Ugh. It doesn't even get us any closer to stopping or lessening the fucking brain shakes. I don't even know what to call them. It's just like, I don't mind feeling it. I just don't want it to be that visceral. So I might just... I wonder if fixing the problem will just mean I die. Maybe it's the, like, chemical reaction between my grace and the existing grace, or the sin's grace or something. I don't know. Weird. This is weird.
We'll look into it as things go on. I'll try to see if I can ask some people in Temerity to develop something that might help ease it. But we'll try to figure it out.
Alright. Just keep me posted. I'm gonna go dick around with all the money of CAINs I've wasted. They made a huge mistake giving us an allowance.
I'm sure they don't care.
Give me a phone with internet and an allowance card. I've just been spending money all fucking day.
Well, I hope it's easing things somewhat.
It's nice to have pretty much whatever I want. I don't think I'm allowed to do anything online other than order shit, though. Like, I don't think I can go on social media.
Not really.
I think I can just... I don't know, there's videos or whatever that came out around 3 years ago. I haven't had any social contact now that I think about it. How's that been like? Or are you not allowed on it either?
What, social media? Technically I'm allowed, but I'm way too busy.
For the once in my life, I don't want to be mean to you, but that's mostly because you're still doing shit for me.
Oh, that will probably change at some point.
Oh,
sure
absolutely
I'll find some
it
other
will.
way to annoy you, but
Oh no, it's not that you don't annoy me. It's just that, like, you're doing something for me, and if I insult you enough, I think you'll stop doing that. So
fair enough. It is in my job description, but
to take my insults or just do shit for me?
both.
That is a good thing to note. Okay, well.
Well, technically, the taking insults part isn't in the official handbook, but it's in my more personal code of conduct for myself, we'll call it.
So you're a bitch.
Yep.
Damn, you don't make it any fun. You don't have any pushback.
Exactly.
At least V3 tells me to stop. This is just... I'm leaving. Thank you, I guess. I don't know.
All
Is that
right.
what people say?
Something like that. See you later.
Right. See ya.
He smiles at that, and then he pokes something in the air, and his eyes flash just a little bit, and he says, "Hey V, I got something for you." V, you suddenly hear in your head, Willow.
V is currently just making beats and I don't know, getting high, so he's just being a chill ass motherfucker as he normally is. Oh, how much did I smoke? Willow, I'm sorry. I don't know what I did to you. Why are you talking to me?
Okay, maybe not the best time to introduce this. Come to the wood.
Oh, okay. V puts down his shit, goes to the wood.
God. Having someone telepathically talk to you while you're blasted out of your mind
yeah,
sounds awful.
Yeah.
But yes, you make your way to the wood.
Hey,
and,
what's going on, Willow?
Hey, drink water. And I got that thing in that you requested a few weeks ago.
Oh yeah, right.
He reaches under the desk and produces. Do you care to describe it?
What it would be is, for the sake of getting rid of his gun, he still has the broadsword, but now he has taken the idea of replacing the gun with a shield that works a la Captain America's, where you can throw it like a frisbee, and things of that nature. And yeah, the way I sort of just like look like a. I don't have a specific design for it. It would look like pretty regal, all things considered.
Totally. Would it match the aesthetic of his helmet?
The sword and the sword and the shield currently don't.
All right, right on. He places it on the bar and says, "Interesting approach. I haven't seen many exorcists take up a shield. However, I haven't seen many exorcists do what you do, so I'm interested."
Now you get it, Willow. Yeah, I thought it'd be better than having a gun around. I think it's applies protection and kind of gets rid of this whole. Not gets rid of, but completes this whole points to the everything he has on and the sword and everything. The motif.
Totally.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. Before he does leave or if anything else does happen,
yeah.
So what have you been up to? I haven't really talked to you that much since the last hunt.
What I've been up to? A lot of busy stuff. I've been kept very busy. There's some things beginning to move in particular places. Wow, that's really vague. I can't talk about a lot of it, but I've been kept very busy.
Hey Nathan, I have a question to ask you.
Yes.
So, V would want to mention the thing that Kate told him to Willow, in hopes that like Willow would already kind of know, but I don't. Because I feel like I'm gonna say this, and that's gonna be like, and then Kate pops behind you and has a gun to your head.
Well, you can certainly try.
I'm gonna certainly try. V in his inebriated state, to say the least, says, "Oh yeah, don't worry, I'm very ready for the things that come next."
He raises an eyebrow at you and says, "Uh-huh."
Yeah, it seems that he kind of licks his lips. G6 pauses.
Nothing happens.
Is planning something?
Did she talk to you about things?
Yeah, she did. Oh, thank God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Huh. Well, yeah. Yeah, that's mainly what a lot of us are focusing in on at the current moment. It's a little concerning, but
oh yeah, I imagine
we're making it work.
Yeah. Well, I guess if we're preparing at the very least, it won't be ideally catastrophic or anything, but it'll be fine.
Preparing as much as we can.
Yeah, I'm gonna be surprised if Underheaven shows up during that.
He just looks up at you from over the rim of his coffee mug.
I'm not alluding to anything. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if they show up during this.
I see. They probably will.
Yeah. Well, V gets up and he says, well, storms are brewing, Willow. I'll see you around.
Indeed. Enjoy the calm before it.
Oh, I am, as he is referring to the dab rig that he is currently going through in his room.
He gives you a salute as you begin to exit.
Mm-hmm.
And he
Good luck.
waves goodbye. And as you go, he leans back in a chair behind the bar and gives out a big sigh and says, how are we going to make it out of this one? And there is a small laugh afterwards as something says, we will find a way as we always do. Moving away, we shift over to... Yes, you, Nova. Back with you and the rest of VG6, we come to you. 7 months have passed since you died, at least in the time of this world. You've been progressing at an incredible rate with your training, and your appearance shows that, for the lack of a better way to phrase it, you're completely jacked. You've dyed the lower half of your hair blonde, just like your mother's, though you've been sure to leave Mia's silver strand untouched. It's a reminder of the gift she gave you, even if it killed you, of a second chance. You're now returning from another training session with Keel, and once again, you had another movie night planned with Kate. This had become something of a regular occurrence for the two of you at this point.
He will go and knock on Miss Flynn's door. Oh, dearest promptitude.
You feel a hard kick on your shins, accompanied by Kate's voice, as she teleports behind you without opening the door, and she says, you have to be doing this on purpose at this point.
And yes, of course I am. Oh, God. It's a sign of respect. You had to earn that title, so someone might as well use it.
Oh, but like 7 months of it, dude. One day, just one goddamn day, you're just gonna say my name. You know I don't care about the stupid title.
Look. I'm building up to it, all right? You know, you guys are like, by proxy, sort of a big deal to me. I mean, the virtues always were when I was little, till, kind of started hating X's after that. Not that you guys were around back then, but still, just let me continue to, like, low-key revere you for, like, I don't know. Give me, like, one more night, man. You're fulfilling my childhood dream.
Whatever, dude.
No, I'm serious. Only thing you could do more for me is, like, take me to the moon. I always wanted to be an astronaut,
Oh, yeah? You want me to take you to the stars?
I mean, I wouldn't mind it. Now, come on. One more night, and then no more promptitude. I promise. Scout's honor, or whatever that saying is.
Fine. One more night won't kill me. It is sort of cute. From you, anyways. Also, just funny, all things considered.
Yeah. Cartoon anvil-sized amount of irony, as Temperance would say. Anywho, movie night? I was thinking Blade Runner, since you still haven't seen it, which is crazy, by the way. It's like a 30-year-old classic at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I heard it's kind of depressing, but if you're picking, I mean, can't be that bad, right? She teleports herself over to your room and waits for you to walk over, and soon enough you're able to get the movie started.
Popcorn?
Oh, hell yeah. She teleports again, and from outside you can hear Asher saying very loudly, "I'm not your microwave!" Followed by Allie's voice saying, "Are you two gonna be weird in your room again?" And Kate responds by shushing him. Before you know it, she teleports back to your room with 2 buckets of popcorn.
He'll ask her, ever respectful. You want the bed or the couch this time?
I mean, I took the bed last time, so sadly I must relinquish my luxury to you. I'm just gonna put your couch on the ceiling anyway.
Hey, that luxury is my bed.
No, that doesn't sound right. You sound crazy right now.
Oh, you hate me, huh?
Nope. You guys relax as you're able to begin to get into the movie. And at some point she asks, "So, how was training?"
He's in the middle of scarfing down some popcorn. Oh, Curtis didn't tell you? He blew out the side of the mountain and dropped it on me.
Oh, so that's what that sound was.
Yeah, I had to sit there and lift it off of me, and I was losing it. I started cursing, and I was all like, "F you, you kill you piece of crap!" But you know the actual words. See that got me to use their real name. Like you don't want that. Oh, and then when I finally get it off of me, they're all, "No, what about the second one?" Like, oh my goodness. Anyway, after that, it was just the normal stuff, like 500 push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, 20K run. I've gotten that down to 13 minutes, by the way. Doing pretty good on that. Had me fighting some of the captive sins they brought. Well, you can just port where you do a 20K and that's not fair. That's not fair at all. Yeah, nothing too crazy though, aside from the freaking mountain. Like I might be strong as an elephant now, but I had to reach deep for that one, okay?
I mean, it sounds like you had fun.
Oh yeah, I loved it, to be honest. Keel's training always gets me worked up.
Well, worked up over some rocks?
Okay, I gotta find enjoyment somewhere, when I'm freezing my butt off in the cold. Speaking of which, speaking of fun, 20 questions?
She looks to you surprised. This is the first time you've been the one to ask her to do the 20 questions. She says, "Oh, what's this now?" She teleports down, still keeping a summoned eye suspended in the air focused on the movie. She's currently floating right above you right now. Aren't you too, scared to open up, as you said?
He looks up at her, not seeming bothered for once by her closeness. No, not so much anymore. Past few months have really broken me out of the shell the doctors need and stuffed me into. You especially have.
She leans in a little bit closer, trying to freak you out. She's glad for your progress, but she wants to see exactly how much she's made. She says, "Look at you! Long ways off from crying when someone even took a step towards you. Hope it's not because you got all big and think I couldn't hurt you if I really wanted to still. Muscles or no, I remember when you were so weak that I had to spoon feed you because you couldn't lift a fork. And everyone in this house can still kick your ass, you know."
Yeah, I know. It was never really because I thought you'd hurt me, but trust me, I know you'd whoop me in a fight. Like wouldn't even be close. No, my thing with touch has always been a little different. I'm chilling now. Like I said, a lot of that's thanks to you.
She pauses a bit at the genuine compliment, but she's too deep in it now. It's like you put a challenge directly in front of her. She's got to push you. Oh. Move over then.
Huh?
On the bed. Go. Scooch. Make way for the almighty promptitude.
Jeez, okay. He'll move over and he'll move the blanket so that she can sit next to him.
She still thinks you have to be bluffing at this point. She goes and floats down, plopping onto the bed next to you. she moves in to hug you, since that's pretty much the final thing she can do to get you to squirm. She's always sort of respectful about it, but she really enjoys freaking you out. And the fact that it's become harder and harder to do so is only a little fun.
He doesn't move or seem bothered at all. Like, when she gets really close, there's probably a slight subconscious tensing of his muscles, but in general, he seems fine. If she does end up hugging him, he'll throw his arm around her and tell her, I told you it's fine. I really don't mind it at all. And actually, I'm glad it's you that helped me get this far. Makes me feel weirdly safe.
Just before you do that, when she was about a millimeter away from you and about to pull away, start probably laughing about how much you've changed, she tenses as she feels your arm around her. But the moment she hears, I'm glad it's you, she spaces out for a second. And then she relaxes into you. Head on your chest and just sort of melts there a bit into the hug on the bed. She says, yeah, me too. This is, nice. So, 20 questions, cool. Yeah, I go first.
Even though I asked.
Yep.
Whatever, man.
If you could take me anywhere in the world, where would it be?
You can teleport literally anywhere, and you want to know where I would take you.
That's the fun part, yeah. Where would you take the person with no limits?
Honestly, I'm not 100% sure. Oh, but I do have this memory from when I was, like, real little, like, before temerity. Back when Mom and Dad were still together. Dad had built her this house way out in the middle of nowhere in southern Siberia, and it was cold, quiet, and like the perfect summer vacation house from them. Pretty sure I remember Mom saying it's where my sister was born too. It's one of the few times I can remember them being happy, Mom and Dad. I mean, probably just because they got a chance to get away from everything. They fought over work, so more than anything else. Probably something like that, though. Build you somewhere quiet and chill for us to just relax at for a while.
Damn, okay. It's a good answer. I can't really poke fun at you for that one. I mean, that sounds really nice. I'll hold you to it. Your question now.
All right. Well, back when you saved me, you seemed to have, like, a key interest in helping me at the time. You were sitting and waiting next to my bed when you could have just had goodness to it. Why?
Dude, you are so bad at this. You're supposed to ask, like, silly or cute questions. Something simple and fun.
Okay, but we already know all that stuff about each other. Like what's my favorite color?
Red. Blood red, specifically.
And my favorite animal?
Hippo. The one Mia showed me was so cute.
Yeah, and your fave color is green, and your favorite animal is a horse, and we could go on forever with this. No, come on, indulge me.
I mean, couldn't it have just been curiosity? I mean, I've never seen a dude be a seal for a primeval sin before. Maybe I was just there to see if you'd pop like a water balloon of doom or something.
True. To be fair, you do kind of do what you want when you wanna. Like, you sat there for what must have been like hours, if not more. Now that you don't normally do.
She turns back to the movie and hugs you just a bit tighter. She's a bit more quiet at this point. She says, sin possession is, rough. I've seen what it does to people after the fact, especially when it's something as malicious as Eden was. It can, break people. I had it happen to someone, important. Just, wanted to try and make sure it didn't happen again, I guess.
Was it on a mission?
No.
Friend or family?
I guess, a bit of both. Couldn't help them then. Blamed myself for a long time over it. Strong as I am, I couldn't save her. Guess I, still blame myself for it.
He'll pull her in closer and look down at her and, I won't speak on that, not too much, since I don't know the details and I'm not gonna sit here and pretend to. But for what it's worth, though, you did save me.
She's just silent for a bit as the movie continues to play on before she speaks again and say, yeah, I know, I'm like a total hero or whatever. Also, that was like 3 questions, you cheater.
I'm sorry. I had to follow up on that.
Yeah, whatever. My turn. Since we're getting deep, and since I love making you feel awkward, how you feeling about that Mia girl?
I take everything back. You are evil. Pure evil.
Oh yeah, I know. Tell me all about her while I'm held in your arms.
Let me think. Well, like with how I feel about most of the cadre right now, it's complicated. I mean, I still have all of its memories and its feelings, and yeah, she's for sure the most complicated, though. It's weird, when I was possessed, I felt everything Eden had felt, and had felt, in the past lives, for her, especially. It's like this septic brew of love, and obsession, hatred, reverence, fear, like everything, but amped to 1,000,000,000 from what its creator felt. And its creator is messed up, like... Anyway, when we kissed, he's checking to make sure he's okay to continue. He is a little squirming at this point, squirming a bit.
She's just looking up at you, eyes wide, and she just gives you a smug, mm-hmm.
It was like everything it ever wanted, but also just everything it didn't at the same time. Like it was the wrong type of love, I guess. I felt what it was like to love her from Eden's perspective. But outside of it now, so many memories. But she'll probably always still be amazing in my eyes, but it's just different now. I'm not seeing things through Eden's view anymore. The love I feel for her, well, it's definitely not romantic, that's for sure. Not with how sick the obsession Eden felt makes me when I think about it. But considering we kissed, don't know if I could or should call it fully platonic either. I don't love her because she's some past love who I'm constantly seeking the approval of, or trying to make a perfect world so I can keep her with me for all eternity in this little box, or anything weird like that. No, it's like I just want to protect her and for her to be happy, I guess. She's been through so much, and she has so much guilt tearing her apart. I want to help her, and maybe, somewhere in some other universe, we're off and happy together, but I'm damn glad it isn't this one.
Hmm?
Regardless, I'll protect her no matter what. I'll protect all of them.
She's just staring at you, again with that grin on her face, just waiting for you to realize it.
Oh, crap! I cursed. He looked up to the ceiling. Oh, I'm sorry, Mom.
Faith isn't gonna smite you for cursing. Don't worry. But, that got deeper than I was ready for. Thought I could just get you nervous again. Good for taking it on like a champ, I guess.
I'm just being honest. Plus, even if she literally killed me, Mia did give me a second chance at life. Wouldn't have got to properly meet you if she hadn't.
Oh, come on, you were supposed to, like, stutter and stammer through that in, like, embarrassment. Like, oh, I didn't mean, I didn't. It was gonna be fun. You're an idiot.
You're an idiot, though?
She stops as her eyes kind of widen for a second. As almost she didn't particularly consider it before she realizes and laughs a little bit and says, yes, my idiot. Now go, you're up next.
Okay. Well, why are you so into touch and like getting into people's personal bubbles?
Hard to say. Keel might be the only other person I've met who might understand. You know, when you live like we do, you're pretty much untouchable. Sometimes it's just, nice to stop and feel something, I guess. She squeezes you just a little bit and says, plus, it's so funny messing with people. Not, like, too much, you know? Just a little bit. Scare them with a random eye pop in, or, you know, appear upside down. And plus, you get to know people pretty well once you're all up in their business. You can get a pretty good read on people pretty quick.
Understand them before they understand you, huh?
Okay, don't start psychoanalyzing me.
My bad. You know, Eden got that psychology doctorate with my body. I still remember all of that. I'm basically a doctor still.
Yeah, whatever. Anyways, yeah, messing with people is fun. Of course, you've gotten used to it, so I'm gonna start getting creative. You're also the only person I've ever met that I can't just grab and move around whenever I want. So, you know, it's been kind of nice. You've forced me to slow down a bit, and it's made me appreciate things, I guess.
He looks at her like he's about to cry.
Oh, dude, are you okay? I didn't mean to...
You're just so sweet sometimes. Kinda squishes her in a big ol' hug.
Oh, yeah, I get it. Let me go. For the record, you know she's letting you do that.
Sorry, cuteness, aggression thing. He'll let her go. Anyways, your go.
Okay. Flip the question then. Why are you scared of touch? Or, you know, I guess were. Since, like, clearly we're all snuggled up here and you're not freaking out. So, like, you know, what changed?
That is 2 questions. You're cheating.
You already cheated like 3 questions ago. It's like payback.
You know what? Fair. I guess for the first part, Eden was always terrified of being touched. I was scared of the intimacy and affection, but also I think of just being understood. Like you said, the way people act when you get close to them can be sort of revealing. To its credit, the one time in its life someone gave it a meaningful kiss, or I guess this life already. It almost killed its host body, so...
I am not asking about Eden.
Right. Sorry. It's just... the feelings and emotions just sort of stuck with me, I guess. I don't, for me, I guess, personally, I don't know how they were with you 3rd generation virtues and the training they put you under and what they did. I heard it was a little less invasive, though, than what they did for the 2nd gens. The doctors there in Temerity were invasive. He looks at the V branding on his hand that Temerity had given him. Never really liked being touched to begin with, and Eden just sent it to a whole new level. Being here's helped a lot with that, though. I mean, Mia's kiss was one heck of a way to break the shell, but you guys are the ones who really pulled me out of it. And as I keep saying, especially you. Who'd have thought the Queen of Teleportation would be good at getting past my barriers?
I know, right? I'm glad I could help. I guess we helped each other out, huh?
Kinda shakes her a little bit. Yeah, I guess we have.
She, fully turns her attention back to the movie, and an idea pops in her head. She points to the screen and says, "That guy's totally a replicant."
What? I thought you said you had watched it before.
like you said, dude, it's a 30-year-old classic. Of course I'd know that. Plus, it's like super obvious. I just wanted to see your reaction to me saying it.
You're evil. You're so mean. The twist ending is so good. Ugh. Okay, my question now. Why do you hate me?
Nope. And as you guys relax, and as the night rolls on, you take some time to enjoy the little moments like these. For as you know, soon, the solstice will be upon you. And I need at least a minute to get everything situated for the final part here. Okay, hold on.
Time. Soon.
Very good. Okay. Let me just see something here real quick. Okay. All of you are awoken. It is July 31st. The time is now. Grace, you are preoccupied at the moment, on standby. All of you are awoken by sirens streaming throughout the black site. You all are forced up out of your beds and called by Willow towards the woad, beginning to rush through. All manner of personnel are rushing away through the black site right now. Nova, you find yourself ready. 1 full year has passed in the time of this other world, and soon the palace will come down. Current time until the solstice, 3 hours, 14 minutes, and 17 seconds. On the balcony training grounds of a homely psychic mansion, Asher sits in a chair with a clipboard in his hand, the wind blowing through his hair. Alright, let's go through this one more time just for posterity's sake. When did your powers manifest?
He's currently wrapping up his arms. I have no powers. I'm just human.
Is your sin seed in your heart or your brain?
Neither. Don't have any sin or grace in me.
What do you hide in the deepest parts of yourself?
Nothing. I am who I am, and I'll never let there be any doubt to suggest otherwise.
Is your hand your hand?
It is now.
Do you remember the face of your mother?
I'll never forget her again.
What is your mission?
With little hesitation, he says, contain Eden until he can be defeated, stop Under Heaven from releasing Behemoth, protect my cadre, save Manhattan. Simple stuff.
Why do you fight?
I'm human. What choice do I have? Besides, he finishes the wraps and throws the cloak Ari and Allie made for him that's been kind of roughed up from training by now, completing his new uniform. That's just what heroes do.
He looks to you, rather pleased with the answer, and says, "And what is your name?" And we cut to just 5 minutes before the solstice. All of VG6 are currently preparing right now. Asher calls out while he's grabbing some last-minute supplies. ETA, Allie.
5 minutes till deployment.
Got a potential read on a location?
Not exact, but eyes are open. Know when, not where. Soon as I see, I'll call it.
Kate, get ready to warp. Ari, Keel, you know your roles. Whatever you say, boss man, responds Keel. They notice a figure entering the room and they look confused. Did you not get your new uniform? Are you going out in the same busted outfit you've been using for training? Arya pipes up and says,
He looks homeless. Allie says, I'm almost done with it, I swear. Arya and I are still working on it.
Ari is part of the reason this one's so messed up because she tried to smother me!
Sorry.
And Kate says, "Ah, so that's why it's all white." Nova, as your character now enters the room, please go ahead and show the art for you.
Yeah, drop that player reference.
Put that shit up on roll
Thank
20.
you,
Put that up on roll
CL,
20 right
everyone.
now.
Yep.
Everyone,
Thank you,
thanks,
CL.
CL.
God
Coming in
damn.
clutch. That's
that.
goat
Oh
right there.
my god.
Yeah.
Oh my
CL.
god.
Pull it up
This
on the
guy
roll
was
20
Aiden.
here.
Yeah. This was an Eden. Eden was keeping this shit
CL
on
needs
lock.
to make a
I'm
manga.
free! I'm free! My shackles are off!
Finally.
Oh my
god!
CL needs to make a manga like right now. Oh my
Oh my god.
No, I would. Oh my god, I would.
Alright.
I would do things
Oh,
for an
guy.
Operation Goliath manga. I swear.
Yes. Continuing.
So, yeah.
Asher tosses your kit point bag from across the room to you. You instinctively catch it.
It's whatever. The new designs look great anyways. I mean, I do still look pretty good in these training clothes. Hey, where's Star Splitter?
I smothered it. It's too big and ugly.
Well, unsmother it. That thing's like 7 script and I need it. I mean, it should be 10 if Eden hadn't bought Grace that bike.
If you say so. Arya unsmothers the blade, and in the corner is a massive mechanical-looking axe that's about as large as a person, and on the side is a decal spattered across it that reads, Deicide.
He takes it and flips a gear inside of it that causes it to break down into 2 parts. A sword and a massive shield that now functions as its sheath. He rests it on a holster on his arm so the shield sort of is carried on the side. And he says, "We almost ready?"
Kate quickly teleports in front of you, a small smile on her face, and says, "You sure you got this, big guy?"
Born ready. Farewell kiss for her off to battle. Could be the last time we see each other, you know?
If you died on your first mission back, do you know how lame that would make me look by proxy? Don't embarrass me out there, and we'll see about an after-mission success smooch, yeah?
Yes, ma'am.
Palace is coming down. 1 minute till the inciting incident.
Be safe, okay?
30 seconds! Outside of, like, maybe Keel, I'm literally the strongest person you know right now, and you're worried about me?
Well, yeah.
I'm the last person you need to worry about. I'm supposed to be worrying about you. She will quickly teleport upside down in front of you and give you a kiss. One you were very much not expecting, which was likely the point.
That's not fair. You told me after.
Yeah, and there will be time for that too, but you have to survive. Promise me. Fate.
I promise, Kate. And, you know, if I do die again, I'll make sure I go out with a bang this time. Give you a cool story to tell at least.
10 seconds! Get ready to warp! Kate gives a hand signal, signifying that she'll be ready, and says, "Nope, not allowed. You're making it back to me, and that's final. Oh, and since I can't port you out of here anymore, gonna have to use a gate."
Okay, just don't put me at a weird angle. And don't drop me on my butt.
Asher says, "Operation begin!" As you, Fate, step through the tear, and you find yourself appearing in the Woad alongside, or actually, you appear in a small side room off next to the Woad, not completely in it. It is at about this point that the rest of the cadre begins to file in, the air raid sirens going off continuously, as all of you now find yourselves present within the Willow's Woad. Willow sitting there looking in a way that you've never seen him before. He is currently dressed up, very nice looking, with a pair of glasses on and a black coat around his shoulders. And he says, "Okay, glad you all could finally make it. What we've been waiting for a while is currently commencing." He looks to all of you. Do you have anything to say?
Sorry, we were waiting for this?
Well, we were. You guys were a little bit on standby. Currently, we have reports of massive extremely bizarre fluctuations in grace all over Manhattan. People acting insane, mass hysteria beginning to panic, and multiple reports of under heaven sightings. It's time to get
I
out.
was really hoping this was just a lot of superstitious bullshit.
Unfortunately, now's the real deal. And, Eden's back, but not particular. I'll just let him speak for himself.
Okay.
He pushes a button and a door opens, revealing Fate as you walk out and greet your cadre.
He steps out. His hair is currently down, but he moves his hands to push it up over the headband. And he's looking quite different, but it's still the same voice, just in a very different tone. And he says, I'll give you the TLDR on the way, but essentially, we got a city to save.
What, did you run off and become a cosplayer?
More like a superhero.
A superhero? Who are you?
Can Hyperion quickly go into the palace?
I got something.
Yeah,
for you.
dude, real quick.
Me, he's gonna look at her hand, just like.
Yeah. Well, Hyperion goes in to to his palace. Well, I was going to come here to ask for the high blasphemy, but also, who the hell is that?
Purple, you hear go, him, and does not say anything further. He just
Hyperion's
sounds
like
mad.
knocked out when he goes into it, right?
Yeah.
When you have to go, yeah.
Yeah.
When you come out, he will look to you and say, he can see me, right?
Hyperion looks at you, doesn't understand for a second, understands it, then grits his teeth. Yes.
You tell Ouroboros I'm coming for him when we're done with this. But first, he turns to everyone. Quick TLDR, not an exorcist anymore, just human. So, you two, he points to Isamu and Hyperion, you're gonna have to get over the racist bit. Everyone else, like I said, we're gonna have to work together, I think. Can I count on you guys?
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
V takes off his jacket, puts a shirt on his back like it's a fucking cape, walks up to you, puts his hand on his shoulder, and says, "You'll make a good sidekick, Fate."
My man! He'll slap you on the back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we're all gonna die.
As you guys
I'm gonna turn to
apparently...
Isamu really quick, Jenny. I'm turning to Isamu. I take off my mask. This is the first time I've taken it off in a while now. Shit-eating grin. Like I could eat an entire bowl of diarrhea right now, looking dead at his fucking face. This is everything you would have ever wanted.
Oh yes. Okay.
Yeah, Hyperion just goes, what the fuck? Just, that's it. That's all he says. Just, that's it.
As you guys convene in the Woad, Grace, you find yourself in space with a spacesuit on and a very enhanced rifle as you take a specific shot. Willow's eyes widen for a moment as he seems to get some sort of information conveyed to him. His face goes from the previously very happy and excited to see Fate to now concerned and a little somber as he reaches quickly to the remote and turns on the blackboard behind him, and an image alights of a space station erupting into flame, falling down through the atmosphere. A light.
Seraph.
As Willow says, they got Seraph. And that's where we're going to end our session.
Nice.
Damn!
Good
That was good!
What?
Solstice, next session.
yeah, baby.
That's
Sick.
good.
They hit the pin. Wait,
why?
begin?
Wait, why
They
is
hit the pin again.
Wait, why is Grace shooting at Seraph?
This is VG6, surely.
Because fuck them.
There's a job to be done.
Yeah, no, it's VG6.
Did Caitlyn knowingly kill his mom? Oh hell no!
Yeah, it felt pretty.
What?
No, wait. I mean, Willow seemed surprised.
But maybe
He
Willow
did seem
didn't know.
surprised at this.
If maybe he didn't know, VG6 knew and Willow didn't. Maybe. Or Grace is just maybe Grace is with Under Heaven or something. But if Grace is with VG6,
No, because Ali had to
that's
upgrade the
insane.
rifle.
If
What is
Caitlyn-
happening?
What is going on?
If Caitlyn boarded her to space, knowingly killed
in Manhattan?
You know,
I like the fact
Caitlyn
that Oak
absolutely
joined
did
right when
that.
the
You know it's
crazy
true.
shit that's
Well, yeah.
happening
How else
Yeah.
would Grace have gotten up there? Yeah.
Yeah, it's either Keel or Caitlyn, and either way, it's a part of their plan, like 100%. Like they all know.
Oh yeah.
And he's a
Okay,
Yeah,
wait.
Mom.
So the
Okay.
solstice starts with VG6 kneecapping Cain.
Well, with Seraph blowing up.
Yeah, aka them kneecapping Cain.
I'm all here for it,
Yes.
honestly.
Yes.
Happening.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are going to complain about Kane being in a worse position right now.
Oh no.
Well, no,
I'm
I mean,
complaining about them killing my fucking mom.
I'm complaining
We've
about
all
them
done
taking
it.
out the apparatus that might have helped prevent Under Heaven from doing whatever the fuck they're doing.
Exactly. Do you
Guess
remember
what?
when they
Fuck
were
your
talking
mom.
Would that
about
kill?
You got a city to
Would
burn.
this? I'm thinking. Would Fortitude even die by that?
No.
Probably not.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Oh yeah,
about that.
halfway
Also,
through
yes,
the
oh,
incident,
this
there's
is
just a nuke from the
beginning.
sky as Fortitude just drops on
that
the
is a
scene.
good point. They might
Yes.
have done it not trying to kill them. They might be setting them free. That might also
Well,
be
if you guys do recall in the previous session when they were talking about Project Fubar, about how it will kill the casualties will skyrocket in Manhattan, but it is the most convenient time for them to do this.
because they're going
Oh,
to drop
oh
a pissed
no.
off Fortitude. Oh, you're evil. You're evil. You are so evil. I just realized what you're doing.
Oh no.
You are evil.
Oh,
You
no.
are
Share with the
evil,
class.
Evil. I can't. Just
Are
no
we about to see
name.
Fortitude versus Primeval?
Oh please. Oh please.
Sugita versus Maharaga.
Bro. Oh, I closed.
Okay, where do we even begin?
Okay, wait. Before
Yeah,
before
well,
we begin, Sky, any
Oh?
any knowledge about whether you're good for Saturday? Because
I'm good for Saturday.
you said there was like maybe a thing that you would have on the 5th.
I should be good for Saturday. I might need to start at like 8. It might need to be pushed back a little bit, but we should be good. If we wanted to play tomorrow, though, I can't because I got called into work.
Oh, I
and
cannot
have
play
to be there
tomorrow.
We're
10:30.
doing
Yeah.
I cannot
Oh
play
no,
tomorrow.
not tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not free tomorrow. If anyone wanted to do anything then, but I am free Saturday, at least as of right now, because my entire town is apparently fucking drinking lead-infused water and horrible at planning. So
Okay. Right. Thank you guys for watching session
Yeah.
12 of Operation
Yeah.
Goliath. The next VOD will be up
Boy.
next Monday as we kick off the solstice,
The solstice.
which is
hell?
no, I won't say it. Just for Nate and I won't say it, and nobody else. Say
It is definitely not just the Shibuya incident. It's totally my own original thing, and we're gonna love it.
I
and it's
mean,
gonna be a
the
great
solstice.
time.
I mean, chaotic events have happened all the time. Like it's not
It's
like
true,
this is
it's
the
true.
first time. Like Konoha Crush, even going back as far as
Right.
that.
Anyways, but thank
It's-
you guys for
yes.
watching.
yes.
Until then, until the stain has been wiped away, as above, so below, and the thing above is falling down from heaven.
Yeah,
And
what is
we will
above is down
see-
below.
And we will see everything Under Heaven has in store next week.
Oh boy.
Uh,
Bye bye.
Be safe.
Bye.
Bye.